What if there was a place where no one hurried? A hidden valley where the river sang all night. Warm bread waited every morning. Wild horses roamed peaceful meadows. And every sunset invited you to slow down. Tonight, for the next 3 hours, leave the noise of the world behind and journey into the keeper of the quiet valley. A cozy bedtime story created to help you relax, quiet your thoughts, and gently drift off to sleep. Before we begin, if you enjoy long, calming bedtime stories like this, I'd truly appreciate it if you could leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications. It really helps support the channel and lets me create more peaceful stories for you. Now, get comfortable. Take one slow, deep breath. Close your eyes if you'd like, and let the quiet valley welcome you home.
There was once a road that appeared on no map. Travelers found it only when they had spent far too many days moving from one obligation to another, when their thoughts had become louder than the wind and their evenings disappeared before they had truly begun. The road did not ask where anyone had come from. It never asked where they were going. It simply waited. Its stones were smooth from centuries of quiet footsteps, warmed during the day by a gentle sun, and cooled each evening beneath a sky that seemed somehow larger than any other. On one particular afternoon, just as the light had begun to soften into gold, a lone traveler stepped onto that forgotten road. No one in the nearby villages could have said exactly where the traveler had started. It hardly mattered. Like many people, the traveler had simply been carrying too many thoughts for too long. The kind of thoughts that continue speaking long after the day has ended. The kind that insist tomorrow must always arrive faster than today. At first, nothing seemed unusual. The breeze wandered lazily through tall grass growing beside the road. Wildflowers leaned gently toward the sunlight, moving so slowly they almost appeared perfectly still. Small white butterflies floated from blossom to blossom with no visible hurry. Somewhere in the distance, a stream sang softly among smooth stones. The traveler walked without counting the steps. That alone felt unusual. Normally, each mile would have been measured, each destination calculated, each passing hour quietly judged. Here, time seemed unwilling to rush. The road curved around gentle hills covered with long green meadows. Ancient oak trees stretched their branches overhead, creating patches of cool shade that drifted across the path. Birdsong echoed between the branches, not loud, not demanding, simply present. Every now and then, a robin landed nearby. It tilted its head with quiet curiosity before hopping back into the grass. Clouds drifted overhead like slow ships crossing a peaceful sea. The traveler noticed something unexpected. Breathing had become easier. Not because the air was different, simply because there was finally enough silence to hear each breath arrive and leave again. After another gentle bend in the road, the scent of lavender floated through the air. It arrived gradually, not all at once. At first, it was only a hint. Then another breeze carried a little more. Soon the fragrance mingled with fresh earth, warm grass, and distant pine forests. The traveler smiled without realizing it. There had been no particular reason to smile. Sometimes, peace needs no explanation. The afternoon continued its slow journey toward evening. Sunlight filtered through leaves in scattered patterns across the ground. Each step landed upon tiny islands of golden light before returning to cool shade. A squirrel paused halfway up an old tree. It held an acorn carefully between its paws. For several long seconds, neither traveler nor squirrel moved. Then the squirrel disappeared among the leaves as quietly as it had appeared. Far ahead, a narrow wooden bridge crossed the little stream, whose music had accompanied the walk for so long. The bridge had been built many years ago. Its timber had faded into soft shades of silver and brown. Tiny patches of moss rested comfortably along the rails. The traveler stepped onto the first plank. Instead of creaking loudly, the wood answered with a gentle whisper. Below, clear water slipped around smooth stones polished by countless seasons. Small fish drifted lazily beneath the surface. Dragonflies skimmed across the water like tiny pieces of blue glass. The traveler stopped in the middle of the bridge, not because there was anything urgent to see, simply because it felt natural to stand still. The stream carried fallen leaves slowly downstream. None appeared concerned about where the current might take them. Each leaf simply floated, sometimes turning, sometimes resting briefly against a stone before continuing onward. Watching them somehow made the mind quieter. When the traveler reached the opposite side, the landscape began to open. Rolling fields stretched toward distant hills. Stone fences divided meadows, where sheep grazed peacefully beneath the fading afternoon light. Their soft bells echoed faintly across the valley, not in rhythm, not as music, simply gentle sounds carried by the breeze. Near one hillside stood an old apple tree. Its branches bent low beneath ripe fruit. Several apples had already fallen into the grass. A family of rabbits nibbled peacefully nearby, never appearing startled by the quiet visitor passing along the path. The traveler continued walking. Gradually the road descended. With every step, the air became slightly cooler. A pleasant coolness that arrives just before evening. Then, almost without warning, the valley revealed itself. It rested below, like a hidden world. A winding river reflected the sky in ribbons of silver. Stone cottages sat among flowering gardens. Thin streams of chimney smoke rose lazily into the still air. A watermill turned patiently beside the river. Beyond it stood fields of lavender whose purple blossoms stretched almost to the horizon. Farther away, forests surrounded everything like gentle green walls. The entire valley seemed wrapped in quiet, not empty silence, living silence, the kind filled with distant birds, flowing water, rustling leaves, and the occasional laughter carried softly across open fields. The traveler stood for a long time. No words seemed necessary. Eventually, the road continued downward toward the village. As evening settled over the hills, warm lights appeared behind cottage windows one by one. Golden lanterns glowed beside wooden doors. Someone, somewhere, was baking fresh bread. The comforting aroma drifted through the cooling air. Nearby, someone else stirred soup over a slow fire. The scent of rosemary and thyme mingled gently with the evening breeze. Nothing in the valley appeared rushed. No doors slammed. No voices argued. Even the dogs resting beside garden gates lifted their heads only briefly before returning to peaceful naps. As the traveler entered the first quiet lane, an elderly man stood beside a stone well. He wore a simple wool coat, the color of weathered earth. His silver hair caught the last rays of sunlight. He smiled as though he had been expecting company all along. "Welcome," he said softly. "You've arrived just before sunset." The traveler nodded. "I wasn't sure where this road would lead." The old man smiled again. "Neither is anyone who finds it." He looked toward the western hills, where the sun was slowly slipping below the horizon. The valley has its own rhythm. We rise with birds. We rest with stars. And between those moments, he paused gently. There is never any need to hurry. The traveler looked around once more. For the first time in what felt like many years, there was nowhere else that needed to be. Only here. Only this quiet evening. Only the peaceful valley, waiting patiently beneath the first stars of the coming night. And somewhere nearby, a kettle began to sing softly over a warm fire. The old man picked up a small lantern from the stone wall beside the well. Its light was soft and golden, not bright enough to chase away the evening, but gentle enough to make every step along the narrow path feel welcoming. He looked toward the traveler with a quiet smile. "There is still a little daylight left," he said. "But around here, we light the lanterns before we need them. It gives the evening time to arrive slowly." The traveler nodded. There was something comforting about that idea, not waiting until darkness had already settled, preparing gently for it instead. Together, they began walking through the quiet village. The lane beneath their feet was paved with smooth stones that had been worn by countless seasons of footsteps. Small gardens rested beside every cottage. Some overflowed with lavender. Others held rosemary, thyme, mint, and little white daisies that seemed to glow beneath the fading sky. A cat slept peacefully on a windowsill, one paw hanging lazily over the edge. Nearby, an elderly woman watered climbing roses without the slightest hurry. She smiled as the two passed. "Good evening, Elias." The old man tipped his head politely. "Good evening, Martha." No one seemed surprised to see a visitor. No questions were asked. No explanations were needed. The traveler noticed that everyone greeted one another as though they had all the time in the world. There was no rush to continue walking after saying hello. Sometimes, two neighbors stood together for several quiet minutes, simply watching swallows circle above the rooftops. The conversations were soft. The pauses were never uncomfortable. Eventually, they reached a small stone cottage near the edge of the village. It overlooked the river. A narrow garden surrounded the little home, filled with lavender bushes, blooming chamomile, and smooth river stones arranged into gentle winding paths. The roof was covered in weathered slate. Tiny climbing vines framed the wooden front door. Above it hung a simple carved sign. It read, "The Keeper's Cottage." Elias pushed open the door. Warmth greeted them immediately. The air smelled faintly of cedar wood, fresh bread, cinnamon, and something gently simmering in a heavy iron pot. A fire crackled quietly inside a stone fireplace. Its flames danced without hurry, casting warm amber light across shelves filled with books whose pages had softened with age. A kettle rested above the fire. It gave a tiny sigh as steam curled upward. The traveler stepped inside. Without realizing it, their shoulders relaxed. The room itself seemed to encourage stillness. A woven rug covered the wooden floor. A comfortable chair rested beside the hearth. Several knitted blankets had been folded neatly into a basket. Everything appeared well used. Nothing appeared hurriedly arranged. Every object seemed exactly where it wished to be. Elias removed his coat and carefully hung it beside the door. "Would you care for some tea?" The traveler smiled. "I would." He nodded once. "I thought you might." He measured loose chamomile flowers into a small teapot. Then he added a few dried lavender blossoms. A single sprig of fresh mint completed the mixture. He poured steaming water slowly. There was no rush. The quiet sound of water meeting herbs filled the room. The fragrance spread gently through the cottage. Chamomile, lavender, mint, each scent arriving one after another until the entire room felt wrapped in calm. They sat beside the fire while the tea rested. Outside, evening settled softly across the valley. The last golden light drifted from the hills. One by one, stars appeared above the rooftops. The river reflected both sky and lantern light together. For several minutes, neither of them spoke. The silence felt comfortable. It asked nothing. Finally, Elias poured the tea into two simple ceramic cups. The cups were warm against cold hands. The first sip tasted of summer fields, gentle herbs, fresh air, quiet mornings. The traveler closed their eyes for just a moment. "I had forgotten tea could taste like this." Elias smiled. "Nothing special." He looked toward the window. "Only enough time." The traveler considered those words. Only enough time. Perhaps that really was the secret. Not different ingredients, not expensive cups. Simply allowing each small thing the time it deserved. Soon, the aroma of fresh bread drifted from the kitchen. Elias opened the oven. A round loaf rested inside. Its crust had become deep golden brown. Tiny cracks along the surface released little clouds of fragrant steam. He placed it upon a wooden board. The simple sound of the crust cooling filled the quiet room with tiny, gentle clicks. Butter melted almost instantly across warm slices. Beside them waited a pot of vegetable soup. Carrots, leeks, potatoes, celery, fresh herbs gathered from the garden that very afternoon. Nothing elaborate, nothing extravagant. Just food, prepared with patience. They ate slowly, each bite accompanied by the gentle crackle of the fire. Outside, the village became quieter still. A distant owl called once from the forest. The river answered with its endless, peaceful song. Far away, sheep bells echoed softly across the hills, then faded into silence. When supper had ended, Elias carried the empty bowls to a small stone sink beneath the window. Instead of rushing through the dishes, he washed each one carefully. Warm water. Soap scented faintly with lavender. A clean cloth waiting nearby. Even this simple task seemed peaceful. The traveler stood beside the open window. The evening air felt cool against their face. Somewhere nearby, rain began. Not a storm. Only the gentlest rain imaginable. Tiny drops landed upon lavender blossoms outside, then upon the roof. Soon, the entire cottage was surrounded by the quiet rhythm of rainfall. Soft, steady, comforting. The fire glowed a little brighter as the room grew darker. Rain tapped gently against the windows. The kettle sighed once more. Elias returned carrying another pot of tea. "This valley likes rain," he said quietly. "It helps everyone remember to stay indoors once in a while." The traveler listened. Rain on stone, rain on leaves, rain upon the river. Each sound slightly different. Together they became something almost like music. Without thinking, the traveler settled deeper into the comfortable chair. A blanket rested across their knees. Its wool was soft from many winters. Elias selected a weathered book from one of the shelves. He opened it carefully, not to read aloud, only to enjoy a few quiet pages beside the fire. Every now and then, he smiled gently at something written long ago. The traveler watched the flames. Their movement was slow and hypnotic. Golden, amber, soft blue near the logs. Tiny sparks occasionally floated upward before disappearing into the chimney. Outside, the rain continued. Inside, the warmth remained. Time itself seemed to grow sleepy. At last, Elias closed the book. "I've prepared the guest room." He carried the lantern down a short hallway. The room was simple. A wooden bed, fresh linen, a thick quilt stitched by hand, a small window overlooking the river. Beside the bed rested a tiny vase holding 3 sprigs of lavender gathered earlier that afternoon. The faint fragrance filled the room without ever becoming strong. The traveler thanked him. Elias placed the lantern upon the bedside table. "If you wake during the night," he said softly, "listen." "To what?" "The valley." He smiled. It always has something peaceful to say. With that, he wished the traveler good night and quietly closed the door behind him. The traveler opened the window just a little. Cool night air drifted inside. The rain had already become lighter. The river continued its endless gentle conversation with the stones along its banks. An owl called once from somewhere deep within the forest. Then silence returned. The traveler lay beneath the quilt. The mattress settled comfortably. The pillow carried the faint scent of fresh cotton, dried beneath the afternoon sun. Outside, raindrops, river water, rustling leaves, and somewhere far away, a wind chime sang once before becoming still again. For the first time in many years, sleep did not feel like something to chase. It simply arrived, quietly, like the road that had led here, like the evening itself, and like the peaceful valley. It came without hurry. The first sound the traveler noticed was not an alarm. There was no bell, no hurried footsteps beyond the bedroom door, no distant rumble of wagons or busy streets. Instead, there was only the gentle murmur of the river. It flowed with the same patient rhythm it had carried through the night, gliding over smooth stones as though it had all the time in the world. The traveler remained beneath the quilt for another few quiet moments. The room was cool, but not cold. A faint scent of lavender still lingered in the air. Beyond the slightly open window, dawn was only beginning to touch the valley. The sky was a soft shade of pale blue, with ribbons of silver stretching above the distant hills. Morning did not seem to arrive all at once here. It unfolded slowly, almost shyly. A single bird began to sing from somewhere near the garden. Its song floated through the fresh air before another answered from farther away. Soon several more joined in. None tried to sing louder than the others. Together they formed a gentle chorus that seemed to welcome the new day. The traveler sat up and listened. It was remarkable how many sounds had always existed but had been forgotten. The rustling of leaves, the breeze moving through tall grass, the tiny tapping of dew falling from one leaf to another, the distant call of a dove somewhere beyond the river. Each sound seemed small on its own. Together they created the quiet music of morning. The traveler dressed slowly. There was no reason to hurry. The clothes that had felt stiff from weeks of travel somehow seemed lighter now. Perhaps it was simply the calm of the valley. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Downstairs, the scent of fresh bread drifted through the cottage. The fire had already been lit. Its warmth spread gently through every room. Elias stood near the stove, humming softly to himself while stirring a pot of warm oats. Steam curled lazily toward the ceiling. Without turning around, he smiled. "Good morning?" The traveler returned the greeting. "You knew I was awake." "I heard the floorboards smile." The traveler laughed quietly. "I didn't know floorboards could smile." "They can." Elias poured 2 bowls. "They're happiest when someone walks slowly." They carried breakfast outside into the little garden. The morning air was cool enough to feel refreshing against the skin. Tiny drops of dew rested upon every flower. The lavender shimmered like it had been dusted with tiny crystals. A wooden table stood beneath an old apple tree. Its branches spread wide overhead, offering gentle shade long before the sun climbed higher into the sky. They ate in comfortable silence. Warm oats with honey, fresh berries gathered the evening before, slices of yesterday's bread toasted over the fire. A little butter. Nothing more. Nothing less. Every bite seemed to belong exactly where it was. When breakfast was finished, Elias poured another cup of tea. "This valley," he said, "likes mornings." The traveler looked around. "I can understand why. The mornings remind us that the world begins again every day." A light breeze wandered through the garden. The apple tree answered with a gentle rustle of leaves. A single blossom drifted slowly to the ground. Neither of them watched it fall. There was no need. Some moments are most beautiful simply because they happen without anyone trying to hold on to them. After breakfast, Elias picked up a small woven basket. "Would you care for a walk?" "I would." They followed a narrow footpath leading away from the cottage. Instead of heading toward the center of the village, they walked beside the river. The water reflected the brightening sky like polished glass. Every now and then, a trout disturbed the surface with a tiny circle of ripples. Dragonflies skimmed low above the water. Their delicate wings sparkled whenever sunlight reached them. The path itself was lined with wildflowers, blue cornflowers, white daisies, tiny yellow buttercups. None had been planted in neat rows. They had simply chosen to grow there together. Several rabbits emerged from the grass. They paused only long enough to observe the passing visitors before continuing with their breakfast among the clover. The valley did not seem afraid of people, nor did it seem overly curious. Everyone and everything simply shared the same peaceful morning. After several minutes, the path curved gently toward a small wooden fence. Beyond it stretched a meadow unlike any the traveler had ever seen. Thousands upon thousands of wildflowers swayed together beneath the morning breeze. Some reached only ankle height. Others rose nearly to the traveler's waist. Butterflies drifted lazily among them. Bees moved patiently from blossom to blossom. Their quiet humming blended naturally into the sounds of the morning. Elias rested one hand upon the fence. "We never cut this meadow until late summer?" "Why?" "So the flowers may finish telling their stories." The traveler looked at him. "Their stories?" "Every blossom feeds another life." He pointed toward a bee disappearing into a purple flower. "Every seed becomes another season." A gentle silence followed. The traveler realized that perhaps stories did not always require words. Perhaps some stories were written in petals, others in rivers, others still in the slow passing of clouds overhead. They continued walking. Soon, the meadow gave way to a little orchard. Rows of pear, apple, and cherry trees stretched gently across a small hillside. Morning sunlight filtered through the branches. Birds hopped happily among the limbs. A gardener stood nearby, trimming one of the trees. His movements were slow and careful. Each cut seemed considered. Nothing wasted. When he noticed Elias, he smiled warmly. "Good morning." "And to you." The gardener tipped his hat toward the traveler. "A new friend?" "For a little while." The gardener nodded. "Then the valley will make sure they feel at home." He handed the traveler a freshly picked pear. Its skin was cool from the morning air. The fruit tasted sweeter than expected, not because it contained more sugar, but because it had been picked only moments earlier. Juice carried the fresh taste of sunshine and cool nights. The traveler thanked him. The gardener only smiled. Fruit always tastes better when shared. As they continued, the village slowly awakened. A baker opened wide wooden shutters. The rich aroma of fresh loaves floated into the lane. Several children walked quietly beside their parents, carrying empty baskets. An elderly couple sat together upon a bench, watching swallows weave graceful patterns through the brightening sky. Nobody seemed concerned about the passing hours. There were no clocks hanging above doorways. No bells announcing the beginning of work. The traveler finally asked, "How does everyone know what time it is?" Elias looked upward. "The sun tells us. And if there are clouds, the birds. And if the birds are quiet?" He smiled. "Then perhaps it isn't important." The traveler laughed softly. It felt like the simplest answer imaginable. Yet, somehow, it also felt completely true. They arrived beside the village bakery. Warm air poured from the open doorway, carrying the comforting scents of bread, cinnamon, vanilla, and fresh butter. Inside, a woman dusted flour from her apron, Golden loaves rested upon wooden shelves. Small pastries cooled beside the window. She greeted everyone with the same gentle smile. Not rushed, not practiced. Simply kind. She offered each visitor a tiny warm roll fresh from the oven. The crust crackled softly as it was broken open. Steam escaped into the cool morning air. The traveler spread a little honey across the soft bread. For several quiet moments there was only the simple pleasure of warm bread, morning light, and birds singing outside the bakery window. Nothing extraordinary happened. And somehow, that made the moment extraordinary. Outside, the church bell rang once, not to hurry anyone, only to let the valley know that another peaceful morning had fully begun. The sound drifted across the river, over the meadows, through the lavender fields, into the forest beyond, then slowly faded back into silence. The traveler realized something surprising. The mind had become quiet, not empty, simply peaceful. Thoughts no longer rushed one another. Each one arrived gently, then drifted away, like clouds crossing the wide blue sky above the quiet valley. By the time the morning sun had climbed above the eastern hills, the gentle coolness of dawn had begun to soften into the pleasant warmth of early day. Nothing in the valley appeared to change quickly. The shadows beneath the trees became a little shorter. The breeze grew a little warmer. The birds, having greeted the sunrise with cheerful songs, now settled into quieter melodies as they searched among the branches. The traveler and Elias continued along the narrow lane that wound through the village. The bakery slowly disappeared behind them, though the comforting scent of fresh bread lingered in the air for several minutes. Ahead, the cottages became fewer. The gardens became larger. Stone walls, no taller than a person's waist, separated one patch of flowers from another. Lavender stretched beside roses. Foxgloves stood among daisies. Tall hollyhocks swayed gently whenever the breeze wandered through. Bees moved patiently from blossom to blossom. Their quiet humming never seemed hurried. It sounded almost like the valley itself breathing. Elias stopped beside an old wooden gate. Its weathered boards had faded to a gentle silver over many years beneath the sun. He rested one hand upon the latch before opening it slowly. Beyond lay a garden unlike any the traveler had ever imagined. At first glance, it appeared simple. A winding path of smooth river stones curved gently through beds of flowers. Small fruit trees stood here and there, their branches heavy with leaves that shimmered beneath the sunlight. A tiny pond reflected drifting clouds. White lilies floated peacefully upon its surface. Dragonflies hovered above the water, their wings sparkling like tiny pieces of glass. Near the center of the garden stood a small wooden bench beneath an enormous willow tree. Its long branches brushed softly against the grass, creating a quiet curtain of green. The traveler looked around slowly. It feels... Words failed to arrive. Elias smiled. Peaceful? The traveler nodded. Yes. It has always been that way. They stepped inside. Immediately the sounds of the village seemed farther away. Only the breeze remained. And the birds. And the gentle splashing of water from a little stone fountain that rested beside the pond. Nothing else asked for attention. Nothing demanded to be noticed. The traveler knelt beside a bed of chamomile flowers. Tiny white petals surrounded bright yellow centers. Their delicate fragrance drifted gently through the warm air. Nearby grew lavender in countless shades of purple. Beyond it stood rosemary bushes, their fresh scent mixing with thyme, mint, and sage. Every step revealed another quiet fragrance. Every corner offered another peaceful view. It was not a large garden, yet somehow it felt endless. Perhaps because no one hurried through it. Elias bent to remove a single fallen leaf from the stone path. He held it for a moment before placing it gently beneath a nearby shrub. The traveler watched with curiosity. "You don't throw it away?" "No. It has finished one task. And now, it begins another." The leaf would slowly become part of the earth once more, then perhaps nourish a flower, or a tree, or the soft grass beneath their feet. Nothing here seemed wasted. Even endings quietly became beginnings. They reached the willow tree. Its long branches moved gently around them like soft green curtains. Sunlight filtered through thousands of narrow leaves. Tiny patterns of light danced upon the ground. The wooden bench beneath the tree had clearly welcomed visitors for many years. Its surface had been polished smooth by countless peaceful afternoons. Elias sat. The traveler joined him. For a while, neither spoke. The willow whispered quietly whenever the breeze passed through its branches. The little fountain continued its endless conversation with the pond. Somewhere nearby, a dove called once. Then silence returned. It was the kind of silence that invited breathing a little more deeply. After several minutes, Elias finally said, "When I was young," he smiled softly, "I believed every journey had to end somewhere important." The traveler listened. "I thought I needed to see every mountain, every city, every distant shore." He looked upward into the moving branches. "And then, one day, I realized the quietest places often travel farther inside us than the busiest ones." The traveler watched sunlight drifting across the pond. A single fish rose gently beneath the surface. Tiny circles spread outward, growing wider, growing softer, until they disappeared completely. No ripple hurried, no ripple resisted. Each simply became part of the still water once more. A squirrel appeared along one of the willow branches. It paused, watching the two visitors with calm curiosity. Then, deciding nothing required concern, it continued climbing toward the higher branches where sunlight warmed the leaves. The traveler smiled. "It doesn't seem afraid." "Very little here is," Elias answered quietly. "When people stop rushing, nature often stops hiding." The words settled gently into the peaceful morning. After a while, they continued walking. The far side of the garden opened into a little greenhouse built almost entirely of old glass. Its wooden frame had aged beautifully over many decades. Inside grew herbs and delicate flowers that preferred shelter from the cooler evenings. The air carried the comforting scent of earth after rain. Rows of clay pots rested neatly upon wooden shelves. Tiny seedlings reached eagerly toward the sunlight pouring through the windows. An elderly woman hummed softly while watering each one with a small copper watering can. She smiled without surprise when Elias entered. "You've brought another pair of curious eyes?" "I have." She offered the traveler a tiny clay pot. Inside grew a young lavender plant, only a few inches tall. "It doesn't look like much yet." She gently touched one small leaf. "But most beautiful things begin quietly." The traveler thanked her. She only nodded. "No need. Take care of it. It will teach patience." Outside again, the midday breeze carried the scent of freshly cut grass from somewhere beyond the orchards. Several butterflies floated lazily above the flowers. One landed briefly upon the traveler's sleeve before lifting away almost silently. The traveler watched it disappear toward the meadow. Everything here seemed to arrive without effort and leave without sadness. Near the end of the garden stood a little stone arch covered entirely with climbing roses. Their blossoms ranged from soft white to pale pink. A few petals drifted gently to the ground whenever the breeze passed through. Beyond the arch, the river became visible once more. Its quiet waters reflected the bright sky so clearly that clouds appeared to drift both above and below. A family of ducks glided peacefully downstream. The smallest ducklings struggled briefly against the gentle current before quickly catching up with their mother. The traveler leaned against the smooth stone wall beside the river. Do people ever leave this valley? Sometimes. And do they come back? Elias smiled. Often. Why? Because peace has a way of remembering people. The traveler looked across the water. The answer somehow felt complete. No further explanation seemed necessary. The afternoon remained young. The sunlight warm but never harsh. The breeze continued carrying the fragrance of flowers through every corner of the valley. Far away, the watermill turned patiently beside the river. Its wooden wheel creaked softly as it had for generations. Steady, reliable, never rushing the water, never asking it to flow faster, only accepting each quiet moment as it arrived. The traveler closed their eyes for just a breath. The warmth of the sun rested gently upon their face. The breeze carried the scent of lavender and wild mint. The sound of the river blended with bird song and the distant turning of the mill wheel. Nothing else seemed necessary, for perhaps the first time in many years. There was no thought of yesterday, no concern for tomorrow, only the simple happiness of standing beside a peaceful river, in a valley where even time itself preferred to walk rather than run. The morning continued to unfold with the same quiet patience that seemed to belong to everything in the valley. The traveler and Elias left the garden through a small wooden gate, hidden beneath climbing roses. As it closed behind them, the gentle fragrance of lavender and chamomile lingered in the air, following them for several steps before the fresh scent of the river slowly took its place. The path curved gently downhill. On one side, smooth grasses swayed in the breeze like gentle waves upon a green sea. On the other, the river wandered beside them, never flowing in a straight line. It curved around clusters of smooth stones, paused briefly in calm pools that reflected the sky, then continued onward with quiet determination. Elias rested one hand on the weathered walking stick he carried. Most visitors think the river is always moving. The traveler looked toward the flowing water. Isn't it? It is. Elias smiled. But if you return every morning, you'll discover it is always waiting too. The traveler considered the words. The river moved. Yet somehow it also remained. Like an old friend who greeted each sunrise from the very same place. They walked in silence for a while. The valley never seemed uncomfortable with silence. It welcomed it. The breeze filled the quiet with a whisper of tall grasses. Willow branches brushed softly against one another. Tiny birds darted from branch to branch, pausing only long enough to sing before continuing their gentle search for seeds and insects. A pair of swans drifted gracefully along the river. Their reflections floated beneath them, like pale clouds upon the water. Neither bird hurried. They simply followed the current wherever it wished to lead. The traveler watched until they disappeared around a gentle bend. It would be easy to lose track of time here. Elias chuckled softly. That happens more often than you might imagine. The path gradually widened until it reached a small clearing where an old stone bench overlooked the river. The stones had been warmed by countless summers and cooled by countless winters. Moss covered the lower edges in soft shades of emerald green. Elias brushed away a few fallen leaves before sitting. The traveler joined him. Across the river stood an ancient oak tree. Its trunk was so broad that 3 people could scarcely have reached around it together. Its branches stretched far across the water, casting cool patches of shade that danced gently upon the surface. A kingfisher suddenly appeared. Its brilliant blue feathers flashed briefly in the sunlight before it landed upon one of the lower branches. For several moments, it remained perfectly still, watching, listening. Then, with remarkable grace, it slipped into the water. Only a tiny splash disturbed the river. Seconds later, it returned to the branch with a small silver fish. The traveler smiled. It makes everything look effortless. Elias nodded. It spent many quiet mornings learning. The traveler watched the bird disappear into the trees. There was comfort in seeing such patience rewarded. Soon they continued onward. The sound of gently turning wood gradually joined the music of the river. Slowly, almost hidden among willow trees, the old watermill came into view. It stood exactly where the river narrowed, allowing the steady current to turn the great wooden wheel. The wheel moved with calm confidence. Each rotation was smooth, measured, unhurried. Water slipped through its broad paddles before falling back into the river with a soft, steady splash. The mill itself was built from pale stone, gathered long ago from nearby hills. Its roof was covered with dark slate, softened by patches of moss that had grown there over many seasons. Small flower boxes rested beneath each window. Bright geraniums nodded gently in the breeze. Outside the mill stood several neatly stacked sacks of grain, waiting beneath a wooden shelter. A gentle scent of fresh flour drifted through the open doorway. Inside, the air was pleasantly cool. Warm sunlight poured through high windows, filling the room with golden beams that caught tiny specks of flour floating lazily through the air. The great wooden gears turned slowly overhead. Their quiet rhythm blended perfectly with the steady splash of the wheel outside. An elderly miller looked up from his work. His face carried the calm expression of someone who had long ago learned that careful work was always worth doing well. "Good morning, Elias." "And good morning to you, Thomas." Thomas smiled warmly at the traveler. "You've arrived on a peaceful day." "It seems every day is peaceful here." The miller laughed softly. "We certainly do our best." He scooped a handful of freshly milled flour into the traveler's palm. It felt surprisingly soft, almost like fine powder. "It began as grain beneath the summer sun," Thomas said, "and soon it will become bread upon someone's table." The traveler looked at the flour with quiet appreciation. So many small journeys existed inside every ordinary thing. The grain had grown. The river had turned the wheel. The mill had ground the flour. The baker would shape the dough. Someone would share the bread. Every simple act quietly connected to another. The miller invited them upstairs. A narrow wooden staircase creaked gently beneath their feet. From the upper window, the entire valley stretched peacefully into the distance. The river wound through green meadows like a silver ribbon. The village cottages rested quietly among flowering gardens. Beyond them, the lavender fields shimmered beneath the midday sun. Farther still, blue mountains stood peacefully beneath drifting clouds. The traveler remained by the window for several minutes. It was difficult to imagine a place more restful. No smoke from factories, no rushing traffic, no hurried crowds, only fields, forests, water, stone cottages, and the slow turning of the old mill. Thomas placed 3 small cups upon a weathered table. "I've just brewed mint tea." Fresh leaves floated gently upon the surface. The aroma filled the little room with cool sweetness. They drank, while watching clouds drift lazily above the valley. No one felt the need to fill every silence with conversation. Outside, a gentle breeze moved through the tall grasses. The mill wheel continued turning below, round and round, steady as breathing. After a while, Thomas spoke. "My grandfather used to tell me something." The traveler looked toward him. "He always said the river remembers every season." "What did he mean?" Thomas smiled toward the water below. "The spring rains, the warm days of summer, the golden leaves of autumn, the quiet snow of winter. They all pass through here. He rested his hands upon the windowsill. The river never keeps them, but it never forgets them either. The traveler watched the flowing water. Perhaps people were not so different. Every year they lived continued flowing within them. Even the quiet ones. Especially the quiet ones. When the tea had been finished, they thanked the miller and stepped outside once more. The afternoon sunlight had grown softer. Shadows stretched a little farther across the meadow. The breeze carried the sweet fragrance of clover blossoms from nearby fields. A few sheep rested beneath the shade of an old oak tree. Their shepherd sat nearby, reading a well-worn book. Even the sheep seemed content, simply to watch the clouds drift slowly overhead. The traveler followed Elias back toward the riverside path. Neither of them spoke for a long while. The silence felt full, not empty, full of birdsong, of moving water, of warm sunlight, of leaves whispering together high above. The traveler noticed that breathing had become slower. Thoughts arrived gently, then floated away like leaves upon the current. There was nothing to solve, nothing to finish, nothing waiting beyond the next hour. Only the next bend in the river, only another peaceful step, only another quiet moment beneath the wide blue sky of the quiet valley. And somewhere in the distance, the old mill wheel continued its endless turning, steady, patient, unhurried, just as it always had, just as it always would. The afternoon unfolded so gently that it was difficult to tell when morning had truly become midday. The traveler and Elias continued along the riverside path until the sound of the old mill slowly faded behind them. For a while, only the river remained beside them, carrying its endless conversation over smooth stones, polished by centuries of flowing water. Above, the sky stretched wide and impossibly blue. Clouds drifted lazily across it, changing shape so slowly that they seemed almost still. One looked briefly like a sailing ship. Another became a sleeping bear before dissolving into nothing more than soft white wisps. The traveler watched them with quiet curiosity. "I used to look at the sky every day," they said. Elias smiled gently. "And then? I stopped noticing." The old keeper nodded. "That happens." He paused, letting the breeze finish its own quiet sentence. "We stop seeing the things that never ask for our attention." The traveler looked upward once more. The sky had not changed, only the way it was being seen. The path gradually climbed away from the river. The cool scent of fresh water slowly gave way to another fragrance. Soft, sweet, almost impossible to describe. At first it arrived only in passing, carried by a wandering breeze. Then it returned, a little stronger, a little warmer. Lavender, not from a single bush, not even from a small garden, from countless flowers growing together somewhere beyond the next hill. Elias noticed the traveler smile. "You found the lavender before you've seen it. It smells like..." The traveler searched for the right words. "A peaceful memory." The old keeper laughed quietly. "I've heard many descriptions over the years. That's one of my favorites." The path became narrower. Smooth stones gave way to soft earth. Tiny purple wildflowers grew between patches of green grass. Bees floated lazily from blossom to blossom. Their gentle humming rose and fell with the breeze. Nothing about them seemed hurried. Even their work carried a quiet rhythm. The hillside opened before them. The traveler stopped without realizing it. Stretching across the rolling landscape were endless rows of lavender. Thousands upon thousands of flowering plants swayed together beneath the afternoon sun. From where they stood, the hills appeared painted in soft shades of violet, blue, and gentle silver. The breeze passed across the blossoms like invisible waves moving through the sea. The entire hillside seemed to breathe, slowly, peacefully, beautifully. For several moments, neither traveler nor keeper spoke. There was nothing that needed saying. Sometimes, beauty preferred silence. A narrow path wandered between the rows. Elias stepped onto it first. The traveler followed. Immediately, the fragrance became richer. Every breath carried notes of warm earth, fresh herbs, summer sunshine, and the unmistakable sweetness of blooming lavender. Butterflies drifted quietly through the flowers. White, yellow, pale blue. One landed gently upon a blossom only a few feet away. Its wings opened and closed with slow, delicate movements before it lifted once again into the warm afternoon air. The traveler reached down and lightly brushed fingertips across the tops of the flowers. Their stems bent softly before rising again. Tiny petals released another wave of fragrance. I never imagined there could be this much lavender. Elias nodded. The valley has grown it for generations. What do you do with it all? Oh, he smiled. A little of everything. We dry some. We make tea. We fill pillows. We weave it into small bundles. We leave some exactly where it grows. The traveler looked around. Why leave it? So the bees may enjoy it. A gentle silence followed. The answer felt perfectly complete. Farther along the hillside stood a small stone cottage with a weathered wooden roof. Its windows were open. Thin white curtains moved gently in the breeze. Outside, dozens of lavender bundles hung upside down beneath a shaded porch, drying slowly in the warm summer air. Their fragrance filled everything nearby. An elderly woman sat beneath the porch roof, weaving dried stems together with careful hands. She looked up as Elias approached. "Good afternoon, Clara." "And to you." She smiled warmly at the traveler. "So you found the hills. I don't think I could have missed them." Clara laughed softly. They have a way of introducing themselves. She offered the traveler a freshly woven lavender sachet tied with pale linen ribbon. "Carry this. It will remind you that peaceful places always exist." The traveler held it carefully. Its fragrance was gentle, comforting, not overwhelming, simply present, like the valley itself. Nearby rested several wicker baskets filled with freshly cut lavender. A pair of swallows darted beneath the porch roof before disappearing into the bright afternoon sky. Somewhere farther down the hill came the quiet laughter of children helping gather flowers. The sound drifted through the warm air before fading once more into peaceful silence. Clara invited them to sit beneath the shade of the porch. A small wooden table waited there with 3 cups and a glass pitcher filled with cool spring water. Tiny slices of lemon floated lazily upon the surface beside fresh mint leaves. Condensation gathered slowly on the outside of the glass. The water tasted wonderfully cool after the walk. It carried the faint sweetness of mountain springs. For several quiet minutes, they simply sat together, watching the lavender fields move beneath the breeze. No one reached for a clock. No one wondered what came next. The afternoon itself seemed perfectly content, simply being afternoon. At length, Clara spoke. "My grandmother used to tell me something." The traveler looked toward her. "She believed every field remembers the footsteps of those who walk through it kindly." She smiled toward the rows of flowers. "So, whenever we gather the lavender, we walk gently." The traveler glanced across the hillside. Perhaps that explained something? The entire valley felt gentle, because everyone within it treated even the smallest things with care. The flowers, the trees, the river, one another. Nothing was rushed. Nothing was taken for granted. Later, Elias and the traveler wandered deeper into the fields. Here, the sounds of the village disappeared entirely. Only bees remained, butterflies, the breeze, and the endless whisper of lavender moving together beneath the summer sky. The traveler closed their eyes. The warmth of the sun rested softly upon their face. The scent of lavender surrounded every breath. A bee hummed quietly somewhere nearby before continuing its patient journey. The breeze cooled the skin for a moment, then wandered onward across the hills. Time seemed to stretch, not longer, simply wider. There was room inside each minute, room to notice, room to breathe, room simply to be. When the traveler opened their eyes again, the afternoon sunlight had shifted slightly. Golden tones were beginning to replace the bright white light of midday. The lavender shimmered like gentle waves beneath the lowering sun. Long shadows reached quietly across the hills. Everything seemed wrapped in warm amber light. Elias looked toward the western horizon. "We should begin walking back soon." The traveler nodded, yet neither moved immediately. Instead, they stood together for another peaceful minute, watching the breeze ripple endlessly across the purple sea of flowers. It was impossible to know where one wave ended and another began, just as it was impossible to know exactly when the traveler had begun feeling different. Lighter, quieter, more present. The valley had never asked them to change. It had simply given them enough silence to remember who they had been before life became hurried. Together, they turned toward the winding path home. Behind them, the lavender continued its gentle dance beneath the afternoon breeze, as though it would go on swaying peacefully, long after the sun had slipped behind the hills, and long after the stars had quietly taken their places in the endless sky. By the time the traveler and Elias left the lavender hills behind, the afternoon had begun its slow journey toward evening. The sunlight had changed. It was no longer the bright light that had filled the valley at midday. Instead, it had softened into a rich golden glow that rested gently upon every tree, every rooftop, and every quiet bend of the river. The path led them downhill through fields where the grass reached almost to their knees. Each step sent tiny grasshoppers hopping quietly ahead before disappearing once again among the green stems. A warm breeze wandered across the hillside. It carried with it the familiar fragrance of lavender, though now it mixed with something sweeter. Fresh fruit, ripe apples, honey, and the faint scent of warm leaves resting beneath the afternoon sun. Elias smiled. "The orchard isn't far." The traveler breathed deeply. "I think I can already smell it." "You can." The trees like to announce themselves. They continued walking until the hillside gave way to a wide valley filled with orchards. Rows upon rows of fruit trees stretched toward the horizon. Apple trees stood beside pear trees. Cherry trees lined gentle slopes. Peach and plum trees grew wherever the sunlight lingered longest. Between every few rows, narrow paths of soft grass invited slow walks beneath the branches. There were no fences, no signs, no locked gates. Only open paths winding peacefully through the trees. The traveler paused beneath the first apple tree. Its branches were heavy with fruit. Some apples were deep crimson. Others glowed in shades of soft gold and pale green. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves overhead. For a moment, the sunlight flickered through them, creating moving patterns across the ground. One ripe apple loosened from its branch. It fell without haste, landing softly in the grass with a quiet thump. Neither of them rushed to pick it up. Eventually, the traveler bent down and brushed away a few blades of grass before holding it in both hands. It still carried the coolness of the shade. A tiny ladybug slowly climbed across its smooth skin. The traveler waited until the little insect had reached a nearby leaf before taking the first bite. The apple was crisp, sweet, fresh, juicy enough that a drop of juice slipped slowly down one side. "It tastes," the traveler smiled, "like sunshine." Elias laughed softly. "I've always thought so." Farther into the orchard, they met a man standing on a small wooden ladder. His straw hat shaded his face, while he carefully inspected each branch before picking only the ripest fruit. Several woven baskets rested beneath the tree. Each already held apples arranged with surprising care. The man climbed down when he noticed Elias. "Good afternoon." "And to you, Samuel." Samuel greeted the traveler with the warm smile that seemed so natural in the valley. "You've arrived on one of the sweetest afternoons of the season." "So it would seem." Samuel lifted an apple from one basket. "This tree was planted by my grandmother." He gently polished the fruit with his sleeve before handing it to the traveler. "She believed every orchard should grow slowly." What did she mean? He rested one hand against the tree's weathered trunk. "She said, trees should never be hurried. They bloom when they're ready. They bear fruit when the season is right. They rest all winter without apology." He looked upward into the branches. "I've always thought people could learn something from that." The traveler quietly nodded. The valley seemed full of gentle lessons. None were spoken loudly. None were forced. They simply appeared like wildflowers beside a path. The three of them walked deeper into the orchard. Birds fluttered happily among the branches. Every now and then, one would pause to peck gently at a piece of fruit before continuing its afternoon flight. Honeybees hummed softly between late blossoms that still clung to a few of the younger trees. The air was pleasantly warm beneath the leaves. Shadows danced gently across the grass whenever the breeze wandered through. Soon, they reached the oldest tree in the orchard. Its trunk was wide and beautifully twisted. Its bark carried the silver-gray color that comes only with great age. The branches stretched outward like welcoming arms. Some reached so low they nearly touched the earth. A broad wooden bench curved around part of the trunk. Samuel rested his basket beside it. "My grandfather built this bench." "Why here?" the traveler asked. "So the tree would always have company." The traveler smiled. "I like that." "So do I." They sat together beneath the great tree. The shade felt wonderfully cool after walking beneath the afternoon sun. Above them, leaves whispered together. Small patches of sunlight drifted slowly across the ground. Somewhere nearby, a wood pigeon called gently. Then another answered from farther away. A squirrel hurried along one branch, carrying an acorn much too large for its little paws. It paused overhead, looked down at the three visitors, then continued on its important journey. Elias chuckled quietly. "I think we're being inspected." After a while, Samuel disappeared briefly among the trees. When he returned, he carried a small wooden tray. Upon it rested fresh pear slices, a little bowl of honey,
a handful of roasted almonds, and a pitcher filled with cool apple cider. Everything had been gathered within the orchard itself. Nothing had traveled far. Nothing needed to. The cider was cool and lightly sweet. It carried the fresh taste of apples picked only days before. The honey shimmered golden in the afternoon light. Its delicate floral flavor reminded the traveler of the lavender hills they had visited earlier. Even the almonds seemed somehow calmer here, perhaps because there was nowhere else to be. No meal waiting afterward, no meeting to attend. Only this quiet afternoon beneath an ancient tree. As the sun slowly drifted lower, the orchard changed once again. The light became richer, Long golden rays slipped gently between the branches. Every apple seemed to glow from within. The leaves shimmered softly whenever the breeze touched them. Tiny dust motes floated lazily through the warm air like little sparks of sunlight. Samuel gathered his empty baskets. "I should finish before sunset?" He smiled kindly, but there is never any need to rush. The traveler noticed he walked exactly as everyone else in the valley did, steady, patient, peaceful. Every movement seemed complete in itself. No energy was wasted, no motion was hurried. The work simply became another part of the afternoon. Elias and the traveler remained beneath the old tree for a little longer. Neither spoke. Words seemed unnecessary. The traveler leaned back against the smooth wooden bench. The bark of the ancient tree radiated warmth collected throughout the day. A gentle breeze brushed across their face. The smell of ripe fruit drifted through the orchard. Far away, a church bell rang once. Its sound floated gently over the valley before disappearing among the hills. No one counted the hour. The bell simply became another peaceful sound joining the breeze and birdsong. The traveler closed their eyes. The world beyond the valley felt impossibly distant now. Emails, deadlines, busy roads, constant noise. They seemed like dreams from another lifetime. Here there was only breathing, only warm sunlight filtering through leaves, only the soft rustle of branches moving together high above. Eventually Elias stood. "The evening has begun." The traveler opened their eyes. The sunlight now rested low upon the western hills. Everything glowed with the rich amber colors that appear only during the final hour before sunset. They began the slow walk home. Behind them, the orchard settled peacefully into evening. Birds returned to their nests. The breeze became cooler. One by one, the shadows stretched gently across the grass. The old apple tree remained exactly where it had stood for generations, watching seasons come and go, welcoming each spring, resting each winter, never hurrying, never worrying, simply growing, one quiet day at a time. And as the traveler followed the winding path back toward the village, they found themselves walking just a little more slowly than before. Not because they were tired, but because they had finally begun to understand that some places are best experienced at the pace of a gentle breeze. The walk from the orchard carried them gently toward the western side of the valley, where the land began to open into wide, rolling meadows. The afternoon had almost reached its end. The sunlight no longer fell from directly above. Instead, it stretched across the landscape in long ribbons of warm gold, painting every hill with soft amber light. The traveler noticed that even the colors of the valley seemed to slow as evening approached. The greens became deeper. The blues of the distant mountains softened into gentle shades of lavender. The river reflected the sky so perfectly that it appeared to carry pieces of the sunset along with its flowing water. The path beneath their feet was little more than 2 narrow tracks through the grass. Wild thyme grew between the stones. Every few steps, its delicate fragrance rose into the evening air. A light breeze wandered through the meadow. The grasses bowed together, creating slow waves that rolled from one hill to another. It reminded the traveler of the lavender fields earlier that afternoon. Only now the sea was green instead of violet. Far ahead came a sound unlike any they had heard before. Soft, gentle, scattered. Tiny bells, not church bells, not loud enough to echo across the valley. These were lighter, each note carried by the breeze before fading into silence. The traveler smiled. "What are those?" Elias listened for a moment. "The shepherd is bringing the flock home." As they continued walking, the little bells became clearer. Some rang together. Others sounded alone. None followed a rhythm. Yet together they formed a quiet melody that seemed to belong perfectly to the evening. The meadow widened until the traveler could see them. A flock of sheep grazed peacefully beneath the golden light. Their white wool glowed softly against the green hillside.
Several lambs wandered close beside their mothers, stopping every now and then to investigate butterflies drifting through the grass. At the edge of the meadow stood a shepherd. He leaned comfortably upon a long wooden staff. Beside him rested an old sheepdog with silver around its muzzle. The dog lifted its head as Elias approached. Its tail wagged slowly before it settled back into the grass. The shepherd smiled warmly. "Good evening, Elias." "And a peaceful evening to you, Rowan." Rowan turned toward the traveler. "So, you found our quiet little corner." "I don't think the valley has any corners that aren't peaceful." The shepherd laughed softly. "We try to keep it that way." The traveler looked across the meadow. The sheep wandered wherever the freshest grass called to them. There was no shouting, no whistles. The shepherd rarely moved at all. "How do they know where to go?" Rowan smiled. "We've been walking these hills together for many years." He gently scratched behind the sheepdog's ears. "So have we." The old dog blinked slowly, perfectly content beneath the warm evening sun. It watched the flock without seeming to watch at all. Every so often it would quietly stand, stroll a few steps to another patch of grass, then lie down again. Its calm presence was enough. The sheep seemed to understand. The traveler found that strangely comforting. Not everything required loud instructions. Sometimes quiet guidance was enough. Together they walked through the meadow. The grass brushed softly against their legs. Tiny wildflowers hid beneath the taller stems. Blue cornflowers, white clover, golden buttercups, small purple blossoms whose names the traveler did not know. Bees moved lazily among them, gathering the final nectar of the day. The warm scent of sunlit grass mixed with wild herbs carried by the breeze. Overhead, swallows glided effortlessly through the open sky. They dipped low above the meadow before climbing once more into the golden light. The traveler paused beside a patch of clover. A rabbit sat quietly among the flowers. Its long ears twitched once. It looked toward the traveler without fear. After a moment, it returned to nibbling the grass as though sharing the meadow with visitors was the most ordinary thing in the world. Elias noticed. Animals know when they're welcome. The traveler watched the little rabbit. It feels as though everything belongs here. It does. The birds, the flowers, the river, the people, the quiet. No one tries to own the valley. We simply care for it. The words lingered in the evening air. Care for it, not own it. The traveler thought of places where everything seemed hurried, where people rushed from one thing to another, barely noticing the world around them. Here, every living thing seemed to have enough space, enough time, enough peace. The four of them, Elias, Rowan, the traveler, and the old sheepdog, walked together toward the highest hill in the meadow. The climb was gentle. The breeze became cooler with every step. When they reached the top, the entire valley unfolded beneath them. The river curved gracefully through the fields. The village rested quietly among gardens and orchards. Thin streams of chimney smoke had already begun to rise into the evening sky. The lavender hills shimmered softly in the distance. Beyond them stood the blue mountains, calm and timeless beneath the approaching sunset. No one spoke. They simply stood together. The traveler took a slow, deep breath. The air smelled of warm grass, fresh earth, distant pine forests, and the faint sweetness of blooming flowers. A bell rang gently as one curious lamb wandered nearby. Its tiny hooves made almost no sound against the soft ground. The little animal paused only long enough to sniff the traveler's hand before happily trotting back toward its mother. The traveler laughed quietly. "I think I've made a new friend." Rowan smiled. "Lambs are excellent judges of character." The old sheepdog wandered over and settled beside the traveler with a contented sigh. Its fur was warm from the afternoon sun. Without thinking, The traveler rested a hand gently upon its back. The dog's breathing was slow and steady. For several peaceful minutes, they watched the clouds drift across the wide evening sky. The colors above began to change. Blue slowly gave way to soft shades of peach, then amber, then pale rose. Each color blended gently into the next. There were no sharp edges, only smooth transitions, as though the sky itself wished to end the day quietly. At last, Rowan spoke. "My father always ended his evenings here." He looked toward the western horizon. "He used to say that every sunset deserves at least a few minutes of someone's full attention." The traveler smiled. "That seems like a wonderful habit." "It is. So I kept it. And perhaps one day someone else will too." The first evening star appeared above the distant mountains, bright, steady, patient. Soon another joined it. Then another. The valley slowly prepared itself for night. The birds quieted one by one. The breeze cooled. The little bells around the sheep became softer as the flock settled into calmer movements. Far below, warm lanterns began to glow beside cottage windows. Golden points of light appeared across the village, like tiny stars reflected upon the earth. The traveler felt something difficult to describe. Not excitement, not happiness alone. Something gentler. A quiet feeling of belonging. As though the valley had slowly opened its heart without ever asking for anything in return. Elias looked toward the traveler and smiled. "Shall we head home?" The traveler nodded. Together, they began the gentle walk down the hillside. Behind them, the meadow remained peaceful beneath the deepening twilight. The sheep continued grazing. The old shepherd watched over them. The faithful dog rested once more in the grass, and the tiny bells carried their soft melody across the evening air, growing quieter and quieter, until they became almost impossible to hear, blending at last with the whispering breeze and the peaceful silence of the quiet valley. By the time Elias and the traveler reached the foot of the meadow, the sun rested low against the western hills. Its final light spread across the valley in long, gentle beams that seemed to linger on every rooftop and every tree before slowly saying good night. The air had changed. The warmth of the afternoon remained, but beneath it came the first cool whisper of evening. It carried the scent of river water, pine needles, lavender, and the faint sweetness of fresh bread drifting from the village. The traveler walked a little more slowly than before. Not because the path was difficult, simply because every step seemed worth noticing. A leaf turning lazily in the breeze, the soft chirping of crickets beginning their nightly song, the distant flutter of swallows returning to their nests beneath old rooftops. The valley never seemed to hurry from one part of the day to another. Instead, morning gently became afternoon. Afternoon slowly welcomed evening. Evening quietly invited the night. Everything flowed together as naturally as the river itself. They reached the village just as several neighbors were lighting small lanterns outside their homes. Each lantern was made of hand-blown glass, glowing with a warm amber light. Some hung from wooden porches. Others rested upon low stone walls beside flower gardens. A few were suspended from shepherd's hooks, gently swaying whenever the breeze wandered through. The traveler noticed something curious. None of the lanterns were especially bright. They did not chase away the darkness. They simply welcomed it. Elias seemed to read the traveler's thoughts. "We've never tried to make the night disappear." He smiled. "We simply give ourselves enough light to enjoy it." The traveler looked around. The village felt softer beneath lantern light than it had beneath the afternoon sun. The shadows were gentle, the colors warmer. Every window glowed with quiet comfort. From somewhere nearby came the gentle clinking of dishes being washed after supper. A child laughed softly before being called inside. A rocking chair creaked on a distant porch. Nothing was loud. Nothing demanded attention. Every sound belonged exactly where it was. They continued toward the river. The path was lined with smooth stones that still held the day's warmth. Wildflowers along the edge of the lane had begun to close their blossoms for the night. Their petals folded slowly, preparing to greet the morning again. Fireflies appeared one by one among the tall grasses. At first there was only one, a tiny golden light rising gently above the meadow. Then another, then 5, then dozens. Soon the fields shimmered with little floating lights. The traveler stopped. "I've never seen so many." Elias smiled without looking surprised. They always arrived just after sunset. A firefly drifted close enough to illuminate a single lavender blossom before floating silently back into the gathering dusk. The traveler watched its tiny light pulse gently. Not hurried, not constant, just enough, almost like breathing. The river reflected the deepening sky. Its surface had become wonderfully still. Only the slow current disturbed the mirror-like reflection of the first stars. Several small wooden boats rested quietly against a weathered dock. Their ropes creaked softly whenever the water shifted beneath them. Each boat looked well cared for. Their wooden hulls had been polished smooth by years of gentle use. Not one appeared neglected. Not one seemed new. They belonged to the river, and the river welcomed them in return. An elderly woman sat at the end of the dock with a small basket beside her. She greeted Elias with a warm smile. "Good evening." "And to you, Eleanor." She lifted one of the small paper lanterns from her basket. It was simple, made from thin cream-colored paper wrapped around a tiny wooden frame. Inside rested a small candle. The traveler looked at it curiously. "What is it for?" Eleanor smiled. "We set them on the river." "Every evening?" "Whenever the weather is kind." She carefully lit the candle. The tiny flame flickered for a moment before becoming steady. Then she gently placed the lantern upon the calm water. For a second, it remained perfectly still. Then the current welcomed it. The little lantern began drifting downstream. Its golden reflection shimmered beneath it, like liquid sunlight. The traveler watched until it rounded the first gentle bend. Soon, another lantern joined it. Then another. Families quietly arrived at the dock, carrying their own small lanterns. No one spoke loudly. There was no ceremony, no announcements. People simply smiled to one another, lit their candles, and gently placed them upon the river. Before long, dozens of tiny lights floated together through the valley. They moved slowly, never crowding one another, each lantern keeping its own quiet place upon the water. The traveler whispered, "They look like stars." Elias nodded. "The river enjoys borrowing the sky." They remained beside the dock as twilight deepened. Above them, the real stars multiplied. The first constellations emerged from the fading blue. Their reflections danced gently beside the floating lanterns. For a while it became difficult to tell where the sky ended and the river began. A cool breeze wandered across the water. It carried the fresh scent of pine forests from the distant hills. The traveler breathed deeply. There was something wonderfully calming about evening beside the river. Perhaps it was the gentle sound of water touching the dock. Perhaps the slow drifting lanterns. Perhaps simply the quiet company. Eleanor sat beside them. "My husband and I used to come here every evening." She smiled softly toward the river. "We rarely spoke." The traveler looked at her. "Weren't you ever bored?" She laughed gently. "Oh, no. We were listening." "Listening to what?" She looked toward the flowing water. Whatever the evening wished to tell us. The traveler followed her gaze. For a long while, no one spoke again. There was no need. The river spoke enough for everyone. Eventually, the last glow of sunset faded behind the hills. Night settled fully across the valley. Yet it never felt dark. Moonlight silvered the rooftops. Lanterns glowed beside cottage doors. Fireflies wandered through the gardens, and the river carried its little lights peacefully toward places unseen. A nightingale began singing somewhere beneath the willow trees. Its melody floated gently through the cool air. Not loud, not lonely, simply beautiful. The traveler closed their eyes. The sounds blended together. The nightingale, the river, the breeze through the reeds, the distant hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Each one joined the others without trying to stand apart. The valley seemed to understand harmony better than any place the traveler had ever known. When at last they turned toward home, the village had grown wonderfully quiet. Most cottage windows glowed softly behind linen curtains. The scent of cedar smoke drifted lazily upward from stone chimneys. The stars shone brighter with every passing minute. As they walked, the traveler noticed they no longer wondered what time it might be. The evening itself was enough. The sky knew, the river knew, the birds knew. There was no reason for clocks to interrupt such a peaceful night. Elias smiled as though sensing the thought. The valley has a way of teaching us. What does it teach? That life is often richest in the moments we stop measuring. The traveler looked once more toward the river. The last few lanterns continued their gentle journey beneath the moonlight. Slowly, patiently, without ever wondering how far they still had to go. And somehow, that felt like exactly the right way to travel. That night, after returning to the keeper's cottage, the traveler stood for a few quiet moments beneath the little porch before going inside. The air had changed once again. The evening breeze carried a freshness that had not been there before. Somewhere beyond the western hills, hidden behind layers of soft gray clouds, a gentle rain was making its way toward the valley. There was no urgency in its arrival, no dark storm sweeping across the sky, only the quiet promise of rain. Elias opened the cottage door. "Come in. I think tomorrow will begin differently." The traveler stepped inside. The familiar warmth greeted them once more. The stone fireplace glowed softly. The cedar logs crackled with slow, comforting rhythm. Their gentle warmth filled every corner of the little cottage. The scent of fresh herbs drifted from the kitchen. On the stove, a pot of vegetable stew simmered patiently, releasing little clouds of fragrant steam. Carrots, leeks, potatoes, parsley, rosemary, everything the garden had quietly offered that day. The traveler removed their coat and hung it beside the door. It already felt less like the home of a stranger, more like a place that had been waiting all along. Supper was simple, a bowl of warm stew, slices of fresh bread still slightly warm from the village bakery, a little butter, a piece of mild cheese wrapped in cloth, cool spring water poured into thick ceramic cups. Neither hurried through the meal. Outside, the evening gradually grew darker. Inside, the fire painted gentle patterns of amber light across the walls. Every now and then, one of the logs settled deeper into the glowing embers with a soft sigh. The traveler watched the flames dance. They never repeated themselves. Each movement was different. Yet, each felt familiar, comforting. After supper, Elias carefully rinsed the dishes while humming a tune so quietly it was almost part of the sound of running water. The traveler dried each bowl with a soft linen cloth. It felt pleasant to do such ordinary work. There was no rush to finish, no feeling that something more important waited afterward. The task itself was enough. When the last cup had been placed upon the shelf, Elias opened the back door. Cool evening air drifted inside. He smiled. "It has arrived." The traveler stepped beside him. The first raindrop landed upon the wooden porch. Another followed. Then another. Tiny circles appeared upon the surface of the river. Soon, the gentle rain spread across the valley. Not heavy, not loud, only a steady, peaceful rhythm. It touched the rooftops, the gardens, the meadows, the orchards, the lavender fields, everywhere at once. The traveler closed their eyes. The sound was unlike anything in the busy world beyond the valley. Rain upon leaves, rain upon stone, rain upon wood, rain upon water itself. Each surface answered with its own quiet voice. Together they formed a melody older than memory. Elias placed 2 comfortable chairs beneath the covered porch. "We often sit outside when it rains." The traveler smiled. "Most people would go indoors. Most people forget rain can be enjoyed." They wrapped light wool blankets around their shoulders. The evening air was cool but pleasant. The rain never blew beneath the porch roof. Instead, they watched it falling gently beyond the garden. Lavender blossoms bowed beneath tiny droplets. The apple tree shimmered as water gathered along its leaves. A robin found shelter beneath the thick branches, quietly fluffing its feathers before settling in for the night. The traveler listened. There seemed to be endless varieties of rainfall. Tiny drops upon flower petals, soft tapping against the wooden fence, a deeper rhythm upon the stone path, the steady murmur of the river welcoming fresh water from the hills. No sound competed with another. Everything blended together. The traveler took a slow breath. The scent of rain-soaked earth filled the air. Fresh grass, wet cedar, lavender, mint. Even the chimney smoke carried a softer fragrance beneath the gentle rain. Elias quietly poured 2 cups of chamomile tea. Steam curled lazily upward into the cool evening. The warmth of the cup felt comforting against the traveler's hands. For several minutes they simply watched the rain. Neither seemed interested in speaking. The silence had become familiar now. Not empty. Not awkward. Comfortable. Like sitting beside an old friend. After a while, Elias spoke almost in a whisper. "When I was a child, I used to believe the rain was reading stories to the valley." The traveler smiled. "What kind of stories?" "Oh." He looked toward the garden. "Stories about forests, mountains, rivers, the sea. Every cloud has traveled somewhere. So perhaps every rainfall brings a few memories with it." The traveler watched droplets sliding slowly from the porch roof. "I like that." "So do I." A pause followed. The rain continued its endless conversation with the earth. "I don't think I've listened to rain in years," the traveler admitted quietly. "We often hear it." Elias nodded. "But listening is different." The traveler knew exactly what he meant. As the evening grew later, the rain became even gentler. Mist began to gather over the river. It drifted slowly above the water like soft white silk. Fireflies still wandered through the garden despite the drizzle, their tiny lights glowing faintly between the wet flowers. Far away, an owl called once from the forest. Its voice echoed softly through the damp night before fading into silence. The traveler noticed how wonderfully fresh the world smelled after rain. Every flower seemed brighter, every leaf cleaner. Even the stones along the garden path glistened beneath the lantern light. Nothing in the valley seemed disturbed by the weather. The rain was simply another guest, welcomed with the same quiet kindness as everyone else. Eventually, Elias stood. "Tomorrow morning will be beautiful." "Because of the rain?" "Yes. The valley always smiles a little brighter afterward." He carried the empty cups inside. The traveler remained on the porch for another few minutes. The rain had become almost invisible now. Only the tiny ripples upon the river revealed where each drop landed. The clouds slowly drifted eastward. Here and there, a single star began to appear through small openings in the sky. The traveler smiled. Even the stars seemed patient, never rushing to fill the heavens, arriving one by one, just as everything else did here. Before going to bed, the traveler opened the bedroom window a few inches. Cool, rain-scented air drifted inside. The river continued its quiet song beneath the darkness. Somewhere beyond the orchard, frogs had begun their gentle evening chorus. The steady rhythm blended perfectly with the last soft drops falling from the trees. The quilt felt wonderfully warm. The pillow carried the faint scent of lavender drying in the nearby fields. The traveler settled comfortably beneath the blankets. Outside, the rain whispered softly upon the leaves. The river answered. The frogs continued their calm chorus. The wind stirred gently through the willow branches. One by one, the sounds merged together, until it became impossible to tell where one ended, and another began. The traveler took one final slow breath. The cool fragrance of rain filled the room. Sleep arrived quietly, not as something to chase, but as something already waiting, just beyond the sound of rain upon the rooftops. The traveler awoke before sunrise, though there had been nothing to wake them. No alarm, no hurried footsteps, no distant rumble of traffic. Instead, there was a gentle stillness, unlike any morning they had ever known. For a few quiet moments, they remained beneath the quilt, listening. The rain had passed during the night. In its place came a softer silence, a silence that seemed freshly washed. The traveler opened their eyes slowly. The bedroom was filled with a cool blue light that comes only in the moments before dawn. Outside the small window, the outlines of the willow tree appeared as graceful shadows against the brightening sky. Tiny droplets still clung to every leaf. Each one caught the earliest hint of morning light. The traveler rose and quietly crossed the wooden floor. When the window opened a little wider, the fresh air drifted inside. It carried the scent of rain-soaked earth, damp grass, cedar wood, and lavender. The whole valley smelled wonderfully clean, almost new. The river below moved with its usual gentle rhythm. Its surface reflected the pale sky like polished silver. Thin ribbons of mist floated above the water, drifting slowly with the current before dissolving into the cool morning air. The traveler rested both hands upon the windowsill. The world beyond the valley already felt unimaginably distant. Whatever worries had once seemed so urgent had begun to fade, not because they no longer existed, but because they no longer occupied every quiet moment. The valley had not erased them. It had simply made room for something gentler. A robin landed on the garden fence below. Its feathers were slightly fluffed against the morning chill. It sang one clear note, then another. Soon, a blackbird answered from somewhere near the orchard. Within a few minutes, the valley was slowly filling with birdsong. No single voice tried to be louder than the rest. Each joined the morning in its own time. The traveler smiled. It was as though the day itself was stretching awake. Downstairs, the familiar glow of the fireplace welcomed the traveler once again. Only a few embers remained from the previous evening, but Elias had already added fresh cedar logs. Small flames flickered quietly among them. The comforting scent of wood smoke mixed with the aroma of fresh oats and warm cinnamon. Elias looked up from the stove. "Good morning." "Good morning. You slept well." The traveler nodded. "I don't think I've slept that peacefully in years." Elias stirred the pot slowly. The valley has a way of borrowing your worries for the night. And returning them? Only the ones you still need. The traveler laughed softly. I hope it keeps a few. It usually does. Breakfast was simple once again. Warm oats sweetened with honey, fresh blueberries gathered from nearby bushes, a handful of toasted walnuts, steaming tea scented with mint from the garden. They carried their bowls outside beneath the apple tree. Tiny drops of dew sparkled upon every blade of grass. The sunlight had only just reached the highest branches. The lower garden still rested in cool morning shade. A spider's web stretched between two lavender stems. Hundreds of tiny droplets rested upon its delicate threads. For a moment, it looked as though someone had scattered diamonds across silk. The traveler leaned closer. The spider sat quietly at the center, perfectly still. It seemed in no hurry to begin its day. Perhaps it already had. After breakfast, Elias gathered a small wicker basket. Would you like to visit the stream? The one we crossed on the first day? The very same. Together they followed a narrow footpath leading away from the cottage. Everything looked different after the rain. The leaves appeared greener, the flowers brighter. Even the stones along the path seemed smoother beneath their thin coating of moisture. Tiny puddles reflected pieces of blue sky between the clouds. A pair of ducks wandered lazily through one of the meadows, leaving small footprints in the damp grass. The traveler noticed how the earth itself seemed to breathe after rain. Each step released the rich fragrance of soil and fallen leaves. The forest ahead shimmered with tiny droplets, still clinging to every branch. Sunlight filtered through the trees in long, golden shafts. Where the light touched the mist, it created glowing ribbons that drifted quietly between the trunks. The traveler stopped. It feels like walking through a dream. Elias looked around with familiar appreciation. I still think that sometimes. The little wooden bridge appeared exactly where they had first crossed it. Only now it looked entirely different. Rain had deepened the color of the old wood. Moss along the railings glowed a brilliant green. The stream below flowed a little faster than before, carrying fresh mountain water toward the valley. They stepped onto the bridge. This time, the traveler did not hurry across. Instead, they rested against the railing. The water was wonderfully clear. Small fish drifted lazily among smooth stones beneath the surface. Tiny leaves floated gently downstream, occasionally spinning in little circles before continuing on their journey. A kingfisher flashed past like a streak of sapphire blue. It landed upon a branch overhanging the stream. For several moments, it remained perfectly still. The traveler found themselves holding their breath. Then, with astonishing grace, the bird slipped into the water and emerged almost instantly with a tiny silver fish. It disappeared into the trees. The stream returned to its quiet song. On the far side of the bridge, the forest welcomed them with cool shade. The air beneath the trees carried the scent of pine needles, damp bark, and wild mushrooms hidden among the moss. Fern fronds unfurled beside the path. Tiny droplets clung to their delicate leaves. Occasionally, a single drop would fall, landing softly upon the forest floor. The only sounds were bird song, the distant murmur of the stream, and the gentle whisper of the breeze high among the branches. Sunlight danced across the path in moving patches. Every now and then, a butterfly drifted lazily between the trees, before disappearing into another beam of light. The traveler walked more slowly than ever before, not because they were tired, but because the forest seemed to reward patience. The more slowly they moved, the more they noticed. A squirrel carefully hiding an acorn beneath fallen leaves. A family of tiny mushrooms growing from the base of an old oak. The delicate pattern of moss spreading across a weathered stone. A feather resting quietly upon the path. Things that might once have gone unseen now seemed quietly important. Eventually they reached a small clearing. At its center stood an ancient stone well, covered by a simple wooden roof. Wild ivy climbed its sides. Moss softened every edge. Nearby stood a circular bench carved from a single fallen oak. Elias rested the basket upon it. I thought we might have a little picnic. Inside the basket were slices of fresh bread, soft cheese, pears from Samuel's orchard, and a small jar of honey. There was also a flask of warm herbal tea. Nothing elaborate, nothing unnecessary. Only enough. They ate beneath the quiet shelter of the trees, while the mornings slowly ripened toward midday. No one hurried the meal. Between bites, they simply listened. To the leaves, to the stream, to the birds, to the peaceful breathing of the forest itself. And for the traveler, it became increasingly difficult to remember what it had once felt like. To live any other way. The little picnic beneath the forest trees came to a quiet end. Neither Elias nor the traveler hurried to pack the basket. The last crumbs of bread were left upon a smooth stone for the birds. The empty teacups were rinsed with cool spring water from a nearby trickle that flowed into the stream. The linen cloth was folded carefully. Everything returned to its place. Even simple tasks seemed peaceful in the valley. Nothing was done simply to finish it. Each small action received the same quiet care. When the basket was packed once more, Elias stood and looked toward a narrow path that disappeared deeper into the forest. "There's somewhere I'd like to show you," the traveler smiled. "Another surprise?" "The valley has many. Have you seen them all?" The old keeper chuckled. "I've spent nearly 70 years trying. And I still discover something new every season." The traveler laughed softly. "I think I like that answer." "So do I." The path ahead was little more than a ribbon of earth winding between towering pine and cedar trees. Their trunks rose so high that the traveler had to tilt their head back to see where the branches met the sky. Above them, sunlight filtered through thousands of green needles. It arrived in soft beams that gently illuminated patches of moss, fallen logs, and clusters of tiny woodland flowers. The forest felt cooler here. The air carried the clean scent of pine resin mixed with damp earth left fresh by yesterday's rain. Every breath seemed wonderfully refreshing. Somewhere high above, a woodpecker tapped patiently against the trunk of an old tree. Its steady rhythm echoed gently through the forest before fading into the distance. A squirrel darted across the path, carrying something that looked much too large for such a small creature. It disappeared beneath the roots of a great oak without making a sound. The traveler smiled. "It seems everyone here has somewhere peaceful to be." Elias nodded. "And nowhere they need to rush." The path climbed gradually, not steeply, just enough that the traveler noticed the forest slowly changing. The pines grew farther apart. The breeze became cooler. Birdsong drifted more clearly through the trees. Then something else reached them. A silence unlike any they had heard before. Not empty, not lonely. A wide open silence. Elias slowed. "We're almost there." The traveler stepped around one final curve in the path, then stopped. Beyond the last row of trees lay a lake. Its surface was perfectly still, so still that it reflected the sky with impossible clarity. Thin ribbons of white mist drifted gently above the water. The distant shoreline appeared almost dreamlike through the soft veil. The mountains beyond stood quietly reflected upside down beneath them. For a long moment, the traveler could not tell where the world ended and its reflection began. "It's beautiful," Elias smiled. "This is Mist Lake," the traveler whispered almost without thinking. "It doesn't seem real." "It has been making people say that for generations." A weathered wooden dock stretched quietly into the lake. Its boards had been worn smooth by countless seasons of sun, rain, and gentle footsteps. A single rowboat rested beside it. Its paint had faded long ago to a soft blue-gray. Inside lay 2 wooden oars, polished by years of careful hands. The rope tying it to the dock moved gently against the wood with a quiet creak. No wind disturbed the lake. Only the slightest movement of the water against the dock reminded the traveler that it was alive. They walked to the end of the pier. The mist drifted slowly around them. It moved so gently that it seemed less like fog and more like a cloud that had decided to rest upon the water. The traveler leaned against the railing. Looking down, they could see smooth stones resting on the lake bed beneath the clear water. Tiny fish glided lazily among patches of waving green plants. Every now and then, a dragonfly skimmed the surface, leaving barely a ripple behind. "It's so quiet," Elias nodded. "Many people come here hoping to hear something." "And do they?" "They hear themselves." The traveler looked at him. "When everything else becomes quiet." He smiled gently. "Our own thoughts finally speak softly enough to understand." They sat together on the edge of the dock. Their feet dangled just above the water. For several minutes, neither spoke. The mist slowly shifted. A family of ducks emerged from the whiteness, gliding peacefully across the lake before disappearing once more. A fish rose gently to the surface. Small circles spread across the reflection of the sky. Each ripple widened, growing softer, until the lake became perfectly still again. The traveler found themselves breathing in time with the water, slowly, calmly, without trying. Elias reached into the basket. He removed a small cloth bundle. Inside were 2 warm cinnamon rolls from the village bakery. "They're still warm." "How?" "The baker wrapped them well." The traveler laughed. Together they shared the simple treat. The sweet scent of cinnamon mixed beautifully with the fresh morning air. Nearby, a robin landed upon one of the dock posts. It tilted its head as though considering whether the visitors might have another crumb to spare. The traveler broke off a tiny piece. The robin hopped closer, picked it up, then flew happily back toward the trees. After a while, Elias stood. "I think the lake would enjoy showing us its far shore." The traveler looked toward the little boat. "You mean, we'll row?" The rope was untied. The boat drifted gently away from the dock, not hurried, simply welcomed by the water. Elias settled one oar into each rowlock. With slow, steady movements, he guided the boat into the mist. The traveler watched the ripples spreading behind them.
The traveler ran a hand gently across the wood. "I wonder how many people have rested here." Elias looked upward into the canopy. "Enough that the tree probably knows more stories than I do." A robin landed nearby. Instead of flying away, it hopped calmly through the leaves, searching for insects uncovered by the previous night's rain. Not far away, a pair of chipmunks chased one another across a fallen log. They paused for only a heartbeat to inspect the visitors before disappearing once again into the ferns. The traveler smiled. "I've never seen animals so unafraid." "They've learned," Elias said softly, "that kindness is usually quiet." Those words lingered in the cool forest air. "Kindness is usually quiet." The traveler repeated them silently. They seemed to fit this place perfectly. Nothing here tried to impress. Nothing tried to be extraordinary. Yet everything felt quietly beautiful. The path curved gently around a cluster of ancient beeches. Their smooth, silver-gray trunks reflected the afternoon light. Unlike the rough bark of the cedars, these trees looked almost polished. Their leaves shimmered softly whenever the breeze found them. Below, the forest floor was carpeted with moss so thick it looked like green velvet. Tiny mushrooms emerged from fallen branches, some no larger than buttons, others shaped like little umbrellas. The traveler knelt to look more closely. Drops of rain still rested upon their caps, sparkling whenever sunlight reached them. It feels as though no one has disturbed this place. Elias nodded. That's because no one tries to. The traveler looked around. You don't clear the fallen branches? Only if they block the path. And the old trees that fall? We let them rest. The old keeper smiled. They become homes. Indeed, as they walked farther, the traveler noticed life everywhere upon the fallen logs. Bright green moss, tiny ferns, beetles quietly making their way beneath loose bark, small birds searching for insects. Even decay seemed peaceful here. Nothing truly disappeared. It simply became something new. Eventually they reached a small clearing. At its center stood the largest tree the traveler had ever seen. It was an ancient cedar. Its trunk rose from the earth like the tower of an old castle. The bark carried countless shades of brown, gray, and silver. Great branches spread outward in every direction, some reaching nearly as wide as the tree was tall. The traveler slowly walked around it, and around, and around. Still, the trunk continued. I don't think I've ever seen anything this old. Elias smiled. No one knows its exact age. How old do you think? He gently placed his palm upon the bark. My grandfather believed it had already been here when his grandfather was a child. The traveler looked upward. The highest branches seemed to disappear into the sunlight itself. Somewhere among them, birds had built nests hidden safely from view. A breeze moved through the enormous crown. The traveler stood absolutely still. It felt almost wrong to disturb such quiet beauty. A single firefly drifted close enough to rest upon a tall blade of grass beside the path. Its tiny light illuminated a perfect dewdrop clinging to the tip. For a brief moment, the droplet looked like a little moon of its own. Then the firefly lifted once more and disappeared into the gentle dance of lights. Elias spoke quietly. When I was little, I believed they were stars that had come down to visit the flowers. The traveler smiled. I think I would have believed that too. The old keeper chuckled. Sometimes I still do. The meadow slowly gave way to a gentle hillside where a lone oak tree stood against the sky. Its broad branches stretched wide, casting delicate shadows across the moonlit grass. Beneath it rested an old wooden swing suspended by thick ropes. It moved ever so slightly in the evening breeze. The traveler looked at it curiously. Does someone use it? Oh yes, children, sometimes, and grown-ups. Elias smiled. Especially grown-ups. The traveler laughed softly. Without another word, Elias sat upon the swing. He pushed gently against the ground with one foot. The swing moved only a little. Forward, back, forward again. Slow enough that the ropes barely creaked. Would you like to try? The traveler hesitated for only a moment before taking the seat. The wood was smooth from years of use. The ropes felt sturdy beneath their hands. A gentle push. The swing drifted forward. The valley opened before them, then slowly back. The stars appeared through the branches overhead. Forward again. The cool breeze brushed softly across their face. Back once more. It was strangely comforting. Not exciting. Not thrilling. Simply peaceful. Like being rocked gently by the night itself. Eventually they resumed their walk. The village lay just ahead now. Warm lanterns glowed beside cottage doors. The windows shone softly through linen curtains. Somewhere nearby, someone was quietly playing a wooden flute. The melody drifted through the night like a gentle breeze. It was simple, only a handful of notes repeated slowly, yet it fit the valley perfectly. No audience gathered. No applause followed. The music simply existed, for anyone who happened to hear it. The traveler listened until the final note faded into the night. I wish the world were more like this. Elias looked toward the stars. Perhaps it already is. We simply move too quickly to notice. When they reached the keeper's cottage, the garden shimmered with moonlight. Tiny droplets of dew had already begun gathering upon the lavender blossoms. The willow tree beside the river moved gently in the breeze, its long branches brushing softly against one another. Elias lit a single candle inside the cottage. Its warm glow filled the room with gentle golden light, not bright enough to chase away the night, only enough to make the little stone cottage feel wonderfully welcoming. The traveler thought of the lanterns upon the river. The stars seemed to drift just as peacefully. As the last edge of the sun slipped behind the mountains, the valley grew wonderfully still. Not silent, still. The birds offered their final evening songs. Crickets began their gentle chorus among the grasses. A distant owl called from the forest they had left behind. The breeze cooled slightly, carrying the fresh scent of pine and wild thyme. The traveler wrapped their light cloak a little more closely around their shoulders. Elias reached into the basket he had carried all afternoon. Inside was a small wool blanket. He handed it over with a smile. "I thought you might need this." The traveler thanked him. The blanket still held the faint fragrance of lavender from the cottage. Felt wonderfully warm. They remained upon the hill long after sunset, watching twilight slowly become night. The moon rose above the eastern mountains. Its pale silver light spilled gently across the river below. The entire valley glowed softly beneath its calm light. The traveler looked around. "This place feels timeless." Elias was quiet for a moment. Then he answered, "Perhaps every peaceful place is." The words lingered between them, carried gently away by the evening wind. Eventually, the old keeper stood. "We should head home." The traveler rose slowly, taking one last look across the moonlit valley. Far below, warm lights glowed in cottage windows. The river shimmered like a silver ribbon. The reeds behind them continued singing softly whenever the breeze wandered through. As they began the gentle walk back down the hillside, the traveler realized something. They no longer felt like someone visiting the quiet valley. They felt like someone the valley had quietly welcomed. And somewhere behind them, the wind continued its endless song, a melody older than memory, carried across the hills, into the forests, over the sleeping river, and onward, into the peaceful night. Outside, dawn had only just begun to brighten the eastern sky. The air was cool enough that every breath felt wonderfully fresh. Tiny beads of dew rested upon every blade of grass. The lavender fields shimmered like they had been dusted with tiny crystals. A faint mist floated above the river, moving slowly with the current. The village remained wonderfully quiet. Most cottage windows were still dark. Only here and there did a soft amber lantern glow behind lace curtains. The traveler noticed something they had never heard before. Roosters. Not loud. Just a few gentle calls drifting from distant farmyards. They echoed softly across the valley before fading into the cool morning air. A robin landed upon the stone wall beside the path. It tilted its head curiously toward the two walkers before hopping into the garden to search for breakfast among the damp grass. The bakery stood near the center of the village, beside a little square where a stone fountain trickled quietly. Its windows glowed with warm golden light. Thin curls of steam drifted lazily from the chimney into the crisp morning sky. The smell was irresistible. Fresh bread, butter, honey, cinnamon, apples. The traveler laughed. "I don't think I've ever followed my nose somewhere before." Elias grinned. "There's a first time for everything." The little bell above the bakery door chimed gently as they entered. Warmth wrapped around them immediately. The room glowed with the comforting light of old copper lamps. Wooden shelves held rows of freshly baked loaves. Round country bread. Long crusty loaves. Small rolls dusted lightly with flour. Golden croissants. Cinnamon buns still steaming gently. Everything looked as though it had been made with extraordinary care. Behind the broad wooden counter stood a cheerful man with flour dusting both his apron and his beard. He looked up with bright eyes. "Elias, and you've brought our traveler. I've heard all about you." The traveler smiled. "I hope only good things." The baker laughed heartily. In this valley, we try not to collect the other kind. My name is Thomas, he said, offering a warm handshake. My mornings begin before even the birds think about singing. He glanced toward the great stone oven built into the back wall. I've always liked greeting the day with fresh bread. The traveler watched him remove several golden loaves from the oven using a long wooden peel. The crust crackled softly as cool air touched it. It was one of the most comforting sounds imaginable. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment and breathed deeply. There. That's the sound I wait for every morning. The bread talking? He smiled. The bread saying it's ready. While the loaves cooled upon wooden racks, Thomas invited them into the bakery kitchen. The room was wonderfully simple. Large bowls rested upon a sturdy oak table. Cloth-covered baskets held dough quietly rising. A climbing rose had found its way across one side of the doorway, its pale pink blossoms opening toward the morning sun. The wooden door stood slightly ajar, not because anyone had forgotten to close it, because no one in the valley worried that kindness might be stolen. A narrow dock extended only a few steps into the lake. Water lilies floated nearby, their broad green leaves gently rocking with the smallest movement of the water. A bright blue dragonfly landed on one of the lily pads. It remained perfectly still for several heartbeats before darting away in a flash of color. Elias guided the boat alongside the dock. The wood gave a quiet creak as he tied the rope with practiced hands. There we are. The traveler stepped onto the dock. It was warm where the sunlight touched it and cool where it remained in the shade of the birch trees. The forest here felt different from the one they had visited before. The trees were lighter. Their white trunks gleamed softly against the green leaves above. The breeze moved gently through them, creating a delicate whisper that sounded almost like distant rain. Thousands of small leaves shimmered together, turning silver whenever they caught the light. The boathouse held only a few simple things. A second rowboat rested upside down upon wooden supports. Several fishing nets hung neatly from pegs along one wall. Bundles of dried herbs dangled from the rafters, filling the little room with the sense of mint, thyme, and lemon balm. An old lantern sat upon a shelf beside a weathered journal. A rocking chair faced the open doorway, looking out toward the lake. The traveler noticed that the chair had been worn smooth by many years of quiet afternoons. Does someone live here? No, Elias smiled. But many people visit. For what? To sit. The traveler laughed. Just to sit. Sometimes that's enough. Outside, beneath the shade of the birch trees, stood a round wooden table with two benches. Its surface bore the gentle marks of countless seasons. Tiny rings left by teacups, faint scratches from baskets placed upon it. The smooth polish that only years of use can create. Elias set down the wicker basket. I thought we'd stay a while. The traveler was beginning to understand that a while in the quiet valley could mean anything. 10 minutes, an hour, half a day. It never seemed to matter. He unpacked the basket slowly. Fresh strawberries gathered that morning. A small loaf of crusty bread, creamy butter wrapped in linen, a wedge of soft cheese, and a tiny jar of blackberry jam. The traveler picked up one of the strawberries. It was still cool from the morning air. The sweetness seemed somehow brighter than any they had tasted before. Not because the fruit was extraordinary, but because nothing distracted from its simple goodness. No rushing. No scrolling. No planning tomorrow. Only the taste of a fresh berry beneath the shade of birch leaves. A breeze wandered across the lake. Elias pointed toward several tall reeds growing beside a cluster of smooth stones. The hollow stems swayed together whenever the breeze passed through them. As the air moved across their openings, each reed produced a slightly different note. Together they created a quiet melody. Never exactly the same twice. The traveler listened. It was gentle enough that it almost disappeared whenever they tried to focus on it. Instead, it seemed to belong naturally to the hill itself. The valley didn't make them, Elias said softly. They simply grew that way. The traveler smiled. So even the wind has music here. I think it always did. We just forgot to listen. Near the top of the hill stood a weathered wooden bench facing west. It was beautifully simple. No decorations, no carved names, only smooth wood polished by years of sun, rain, and quiet visitors. Beside it grew a single old hawthorn tree, its branches twisted gracefully toward the sky. Small white blossoms still lingered among its green leaves despite the changing season. Elias brushed a few fallen leaves from the bench. This has always been my favorite place for sunset. They sat together. The valley stretched endlessly before them. Nothing interrupted the view. No tall buildings, no roads, only forests, fields, rivers, mountains, and sky. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The breeze continued weaving gentle music through the reeds behind them. Somewhere overhead, a hawk circled slowly, gliding without effort upon the evening air. Its shadow drifted silently across the hillside before disappearing into the valley below. The traveler found themselves breathing more slowly. Each breath seemed to match the rhythm of the wind. There was nothing demanding attention, nothing asking to be solved. Only this moment, only this view, only the quiet companionship of someone who understood that silence could be shared. The sun slowly approached the mountains. Its light became softer still. Golden fields turned amber. The river reflected brilliant streaks of orange and pink. The windows of the cottages below flashed briefly like tiny mirrors catching the final rays of daylight. A flock of swallows swept gracefully across the valley. They danced together in perfect harmony before disappearing toward the village. The traveler watched until the last bird had vanished. I don't think I've ever watched a sunset from beginning to end. Elias smiled. Most people are already thinking about tomorrow. And here. He looked toward the glowing horizon. Evening deserves our full attention. The traveler nodded. It did. The colors changed so gradually that they were almost impossible to notice. Bright gold became warm amber. Amber melted into soft rose. Rose faded gently into lavender. Above it all, the deep blue of evening slowly spread across the sky. One by one, the first stars quietly appeared. Not all at once, patiently, as though each wished to give the others enough room to shine. The path down from the singing hill was lit not by lanterns, but by the quiet glow of the moon. It had risen high enough now to bathe the valley in soft silver light. The traveler walked beside Elias, their footsteps gentle upon the narrow trail. The grass still held a little warmth from the day, but the evening air had become cool and refreshing. Somewhere behind them, the wind continued to play its quiet melody through the reeds. The music grew softer with every step until, at last, it blended completely into the peaceful sounds of the night. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The traveler found that conversation seemed less important after sunset. The valley had become a different place. Not asleep, simply quieter, as though every tree, every meadow, and every stone had settled into a slower rhythm. The stars above seemed brighter than they had ever appeared before. Without the lights of distant cities, the heavens stretched from horizon to horizon like a vast river of silver. Thousands upon thousands of tiny points of light shimmered in the darkness. Some glowed steadily. Others twinkled gently as cool currents of air drifted high above the earth. The traveler stopped walking. I've never seen so many. Elias looked upward with the familiar smile of someone greeting old friends. They've always been there. I know. But I've never really seen them. The old keeper nodded. The sky doesn't become larger in quiet places. Our attention does. The traveler remained where they were for another minute. Perhaps longer. It was impossible to tell. A shooting star slipped silently across the northern sky. It appeared for only a heartbeat before disappearing into the endless darkness. Neither of them made a wish. Some moments were already complete. As they continued, the path crossed a little wooden bridge spanning a narrow stream. Moonlight rested upon the water like liquid silver. The current was slow enough that every star above seemed to have a twin beneath the surface. The traveler leaned gently against the railing. The stream murmured quietly over smooth stones polished by centuries of flowing water. Every now and then, a tiny fish disturbed the reflection, sending rings of silver drifting outward. The night carried its own gentle fragrance. Cool pine, damp earth, fresh grass, a hint of wild mint growing beside the stream, and somewhere far away, the faint sweetness of the lavender fields resting beneath the moon. The traveler breathed deeply. The air itself felt peaceful. Beyond the bridge lay a wide meadow. During the day it had been alive with butterflies and bees. Now another kind of life had taken their place. Fireflies, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They floated among the grasses like tiny golden lanterns. Some drifted close to the ground. Others rose almost as high as the small trees scattered across the meadow. Each little light appeared, glowed softly, then faded, only to shine again a few moments later. Jars of flour lined the shelves beside bundles of dried herbs and bunches of lavender hanging from the ceiling. Everything was spotless. Everything had its place. Thomas sprinkled a little flour across the table. "Would you like to try?" The traveler nodded eagerly. He placed a small ball of dough before them. "Don't rush it. The dough already knows what it wants to become." The traveler pressed gently with both hands. The dough yielded softly before springing back again. Warm, smooth, alive in its own quiet way. Thomas smiled. "That's it. Let your hands do the work. Your thoughts can rest." For several peaceful minutes no one spoke. The only sounds were gentle. Hands kneading dough, the quiet creak of wooden bowls, the faint crackle of cooling bread, the soft whistle of the kettle warming upon the stove. Even baking here seemed less like work, and more like meditation. Soon 3 mugs of warm tea rested upon the table. Thomas added a small dish of freshly churned butter and sliced one of the warm loaves. Steam rose gently into the cool morning air. He spread butter across the first slice. It melted instantly, disappearing into the soft bread. The traveler took a bite. The crust was crisp. The inside was light and tender. The butter carried the sweetness of fresh cream. Nothing complicated. Nothing extravagant. Just bread. But perhaps the finest bread they had ever tasted. Thomas chuckled at the expression on the traveler's face. "Good." The traveler nodded. "I didn't know bread could taste like this." Thomas smiled. "It helps when you aren't in a hurry to bake it." Outside, the first rays of sunlight finally reached the rooftops. Golden light spilled slowly across the village square. The fountain sparkled. Flower boxes beneath the windows glowed with color. One by one, the villagers began appearing. An elderly couple carrying empty baskets. A young mother holding the hand of her sleepy little daughter. A shepherd stopping on his way toward the hills. Each person greeted Thomas by name. Each received warm bread wrapped carefully in cloth. No one rushed away. Many stayed for a few minutes simply to chat, or smile, or admire the beautiful morning. The traveler noticed something remarkable. Thomas remembered everyone's favorite loaf. Without asking, without writing anything down. 2 rye loaves for Mrs. Eleanor. A honey loaf for Samuel. Cinnamon rolls for little Anna. He remembered because he cared. Before leaving, Thomas wrapped a still warm loaf in a linen towel and placed it gently into Elias's basket. "For later. You didn't need to." "I know." Thomas smiled. "But I wanted to." The traveler thanked him. He simply waved. "Come back whenever the smell of bread finds you." As they stepped outside, the village had fully awakened. Not with noise, but with life. Garden gates opening. Birds filling the morning air with song. The fountain quietly singing in the square. Fresh bread tucked beneath grateful arms. Where to next? The old keeper looked toward a narrow woodland trail disappearing beyond the boathouse. There's a place where the oldest trees in the valley have been keeping watch for longer than anyone remembers. He adjusted the basket over his shoulder. "They're very good listeners." The traveler laughed softly. "Do they speak?" "Only if you're willing to listen long enough." Together they stepped onto the forest path. Behind them, the little boathouse settled once more into peaceful silence. The rocking chair swayed gently. The dragonflies continued their graceful dance above the lilies. The rowboat floated quietly beside the dock. And the lake, calm as polished glass, reflected the endless blue sky, as though it intended to remember this perfect afternoon forever. The narrow woodland path began just beyond the little stone boathouse. At first, it looked no different from many of the other trails the traveler had followed through the quiet valley. Soft earth lay beneath their feet, cushioned by years of fallen leaves and pine needles. Wildflowers peeked through patches of moss. Sunlight filtered gently through the branches overhead. Yet after only a few minutes, the traveler noticed something changing. The trees were becoming larger, not simply taller, older. Their trunks widened until it would have taken several people joining hands to reach all the way around one. Their bark was deeply textured, covered with soft moss, pale green lichens, and tiny ferns that had quietly found homes in every crease. Some roots rose from the earth like gentle waves frozen in time. Others disappeared beneath the forest floor, continuing unseen for countless yards. The air felt wonderfully cool. It carried the scent of cedar, pine, damp moss, and the faint sweetness of wild violets hidden among the undergrowth. The traveler found themselves whispering without meaning to. "It feels like entering a cathedral." Elias smiled. Many people have said the same. The old keeper rested one hand gently against the trunk of a great cedar. But this one was built by time. They continued deeper into the forest. The sounds of the lake slowly faded behind them. Soon there remained only the quiet language of the woods. Leaves stirring high above. Birds calling from unseen branches. The occasional crack of a twig beneath a squirrel's tiny feet. And somewhere far away, the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker patiently searching beneath the bark. Nothing disturbed the peace. Even the breeze seemed to slow as it wandered between the towering trees. Sunlight arrived in long golden columns. Tiny specks of dust floated through them like little stars suspended in the air. The traveler paused beside an enormous oak. Its trunk was so broad that a small wooden bench had been built around part of it many years ago. The bench itself had weathered beautifully. Its edges were smooth from generations of visitors sitting quietly beneath the branches. The traveler looked around at the smiling faces. This place has a way of making ordinary mornings feel special. Elias adjusted the basket on his shoulder. Perhaps. He smiled as the scent of warm bread drifted upward once more. Ordinary mornings were always special. The two friends continued down the sunlit lane. The bakery bell chimed softly behind them. The warm loaf rested safely in the basket. The morning breeze carried the comforting aroma of fresh bread through the village. And somewhere ahead, another peaceful adventure was already waiting. The forest path continued beneath the great trees for some time. The traveler no longer tried to guess how long they had been walking. In the quiet valley, time had become something to experience rather than measure. The sunlight filtering through the branches slowly grew warmer, changing from the bright gold of afternoon into the softer amber light that always arrived before sunset. Long shadows stretched across the moss-covered ground. The forest itself seemed to sigh contentedly as the day slowly prepared for evening. Neither Elias nor the traveler felt any need to hurry. Their footsteps fell naturally into the rhythm of the woods. Slow, steady, comfortable. Every now and then they paused without speaking. Sometimes to admire a patch of tiny blue wildflowers. Sometimes simply because a beautiful shaft of sunlight had appeared between the branches. The traveler noticed that these pauses no longer felt unusual. They had become part of the journey, almost as important as walking itself. After a while, the ancient trees began to thin. The path climbed gently upward. The cool shade slowly gave way to open sky. Fresh air drifted across the hillside carrying the scent of pine, heather, and distant wildflowers. The traveler took a deep breath. "It smells different." Elias smiled. "We've reached the western ridge." The last of the forest opened behind them. Ahead stretched a broad hill covered in tall grasses that shimmered beneath the evening breeze. Unlike the meadows below, this hill stood high above the valley. Nothing blocked the wind here. It wandered freely from one horizon to the other. The grasses moved together in endless rolling waves. Each gust painted a new pattern across the hillside before quietly fading away. The travelers stopped for a moment. The view took their breath away. Below lay the entire quiet valley. The silver river wound gracefully between orchards and meadows. The lavender fields had turned a deep violet beneath the lowering sun. Tiny cottages rested peacefully among flowering gardens. Thin trails of chimney smoke curled lazily upward into the calm evening air. Beyond everything rose the blue mountains, their peaks softened by the golden light of the approaching sunset. It feels as though we can see the whole world. Elias looked across the landscape. For today, he smiled. This is enough of the world. They followed a narrow footpath toward the highest point of the ridge. The breeze was stronger now, not cold, just wonderfully fresh. It brushed gently through their hair and clothes before continuing across the hill. The traveler noticed a strange sound. At first it seemed almost like distant music. Soft, haunting, beautiful. The notes rose and fell with the wind itself. They paused. "Do you hear that?" Elias nodded. "The hill is singing." The traveler looked around, puzzled. There was no one nearby, no musicians, no instruments, only grass, flowers, and wind. Each stroke of the oars created gentle circles that slowly disappeared into the stillness. There was almost no sound, only the quiet splash of wood entering water, the soft drip as each oar rose again. The distant call of a loon echoed across the lake. Its haunting melody drifted through the mist before fading into silence. The traveler closed their eyes. The rocking of the boat was almost imperceptible, gentle enough to feel like breathing. The cool air brushed softly across their face. The scent of fresh water surrounded them. Above, unseen through the mist, small birds continued their cheerful morning songs. Somewhere nearby, reeds whispered together whenever the faintest breeze wandered through. As the boat drifted farther from shore, the mist gradually began to thin. Sunlight filtered through it in pale golden beams. The lake sparkled. Tiny droplets floating in the air caught the light like countless little stars. The opposite shoreline slowly appeared. There, nestled among tall birch trees, stood a tiny stone boathouse with a roof covered in moss. Wildflowers surrounded it. Bluebells, foxgloves, white daisies. Everything looked as though it had quietly grown together over many years. Elias smiled. "We'll stop there for a little while." The traveler nodded. But secretly, they wished the boat could continue drifting forever. There was something deeply comforting about moving so slowly across still water. No destination felt urgent. No arrival seemed more important than the peaceful journey itself. The lake carried them gently onward. As the last ribbons of morning mist lifted into the warming sky, leaving behind only calm water, bright sunshine, and the quiet promise of another beautiful day in the quiet valley. The little rowboat drifted toward the far shore with such quiet grace that the traveler scarcely noticed the passing of time. The lake had become a mirror of soft blue. The last wisps of morning mist floated upward, dissolving into the warming air. Above, the sky stretched endlessly, its reflection reaching just as far beneath the boat. It felt as though they were gliding through the middle of the sky itself. Elias rested the oars across his knees for a moment. The boat continued forward, carried by its own gentle momentum. "We don't always need to row," he said. "Sometimes it's enough to let the water decide." The traveler watched the widening ripples behind them. They disappear so quickly. They do. But the lake remembers them. The traveler smiled. The river remembers the seasons, and the lake remembers the ripples. Elias laughed softly. "I see you're beginning to understand the valley." As they drew closer, the little stone boathouse came into clearer view. Its walls were built from smooth gray stones gathered long ago from the lakeshore. The roof was covered in thick moss, soft as velvet, with tiny ferns growing between the stones. The water answered with tiny ripples that sparkled beneath the sunlight. Far overhead, two hawks circled lazily on rising currents of warm air. They scarcely moved their wings, simply gliding, trusting the wind. The traveler followed them with their eyes until they became little more than dark specks against the blue. I wonder where they're going. Elias looked up. Perhaps nowhere. What do you mean? They may simply be enjoying the sky. The traveler smiled. That idea would have sounded impossible only a few days ago. Now it felt completely natural. After they finished eating, Elias disappeared briefly into the boathouse. When he returned, he carried a small wooden box. It was beautifully carved with tiny leaves and waves. The hinges were old brass, polished by time. He placed it gently on the table. This belonged to the first keeper of the valley. The traveler looked at it with curiosity. May I? Elias nodded. Inside were dozens of tiny objects. Perfectly smooth white pebble, a feather from a swan, a pressed fern leaf, pine cone no bigger than a thumb, a shell carried from some distant coast many years ago, a tiny glass marble that caught the sunlight like a drop of water. None of them appeared valuable, yet each seemed carefully treasured. What are they? Memories. The traveler looked up. They don't look like memories. They help us remember. Elias picked up the little feather. The first keeper believed every ordinary day held at least one beautiful thing worth keeping. So whenever he found something that made him pause, he placed a small reminder in this box. The traveler gently touched the smooth white pebble. What did this remind him of? Elias smiled. No one knows. And that's all right. The traveler thought about that for a moment. Not every memory needed to be explained. Some could simply exist, like the scent of rain, or the sound of lanterns drifting upon a river, or sunlight moving through lavender fields. The breeze grew slightly warmer as the day continued. Butterflies wandered among the wildflowers surrounding the boathouse. A pair of squirrels chased one another playfully around the base of a birch tree before vanishing into the forest. Somewhere deeper in the woods came the steady tapping of a woodpecker. The traveler leaned back against the bench. For a while they closed their eyes. The sounds blended together. Leaves whispering overhead. Water gently touching the dock. Birds calling from distant branches. The occasional creak of the rocking chair moving ever so slightly in the breeze. Everything seemed to breathe together. The valley, the forest, the lake, even the traveler. When they opened their eyes again, sunlight filtered through the birch leaves, scattering hundreds of tiny patches of light across the ground. They danced gently whenever the branches swayed, like little golden stars resting upon the earth. Elias stood and stretched. The afternoon is still young. The traveler smiled. The sound was unlike ordinary leaves. It was deeper, richer, almost like the distant sound of waves upon a shore. The traveler closed their eyes. For several long breaths, they simply listened. The tree seemed to breathe with the forest. Slowly, steadily, patiently, near the base of the cedar lay a circle of smooth stones. In the center rested a simple wooden sign. It bore only a few carefully carved words. Sit quietly for a little while. Nothing more. No explanation. No instructions. The traveler smiled. I like that. So do I. They sat together upon the stones. No one counted the minutes. Sunlight shifted gently through the branches. A breeze wandered overhead. Somewhere high above, a raven called once before gliding silently across the canopy. The traveler noticed something remarkable. The longer they sat, the more sounds appeared. The rustle of tiny insects beneath fallen leaves. The gentle creaking of branches moving in the breeze. The flutter of wings far above. The distant murmur of the lake carried faintly through the trees. Silence, they realized, was never truly empty. It was simply filled with quieter things. After what might have been 20 minutes, or perhaps much longer, Elias spoke. When I was young, I used to come here whenever I thought I had too many problems. The traveler looked at him. And I would sit beneath this tree. He smiled warmly. My problems never disappeared. But somehow, they stopped feeling bigger than I was. The traveler rested one hand upon the cedar's ancient bark, felt warm where sunlight touched it, cool where the shadows lingered, steady, unmoving. The tree had stood through storms, snow, long summers, countless springs. Generations had come and gone, yet here it remained, quietly growing, quietly offering shade, quietly reminding anyone who visited that some things are stronger than worry. The afternoon slowly began to lean toward evening once again. Golden light filtered lower through the branches. The forest glowed with soft amber colors. Long shadows stretched peacefully across the moss. Elias rose, brushing a few pine needles from his trousers. I know one more place before sunset. The traveler smiled. Another secret? The old keeper chuckled. The valley always has another. Together they followed the winding trail deeper into the forest. Behind them, the great cedar remained exactly where it had stood for centuries, watching, listening, growing, patient as the passing seasons. Its branches whispered softly above the clearing, as though wishing every traveler a peaceful journey, long after they had disappeared among the trees. He placed a small kettle above the fire. Soon the familiar scent of chamomile filled the room. Together they sat by the fireplace with warm cups cradled between their hands. Neither spoke for several minutes. The crackling cedar logs seemed to tell their own quiet stories. The traveler watched tiny sparks rise briefly before disappearing up the chimney. Outside, the river continued its endless song. The breeze whispered through the willow branches. A distant owl called once from the forest. The valley was settling into another peaceful night. Before climbing the stairs, Elias paused at the foot of the staircase. My grandmother used to tell me something every evening. The traveler looked toward him. What did she say? He smiled gently. She would say, "May your dreams be as gentle as the river, as patient as the mountains, and as peaceful as the stars watching over the valley tonight." The traveler smiled. I think those are beautiful words. They've always helped me sleep. Later, tucked beneath the warm quilt once again, the traveler left the window open just enough for the cool night air to enter. Moonlight rested softly upon the wooden floor. The scent of lavender drifted into the room. Outside, the river flowed without hurry. The willow whispered in the breeze. Crickets sang their quiet evening chorus. Somewhere far away, a lone nightingale offered one last gentle melody before settling into silence. Above it all, the countless stars continued their patient watch, just as they had for thousands of years, shining quietly over the quiet valley and over every peaceful dream, waiting gently for the morning to come. Long before the first rays of sunlight reached the tops of the mountains, the quiet valley was already awake in its own gentle way, not with noise, not with hurried footsteps, but with quiet preparations. The traveler stirred beneath the warm quilt. For a moment they remained perfectly still. The cottage was peaceful. The fire downstairs had faded into glowing embers during the night. Outside, the world rested beneath a soft blanket of pale blue dawn. The stars had not yet completely disappeared. A few still lingered above the western hills, shining quietly as morning slowly approached. Then, a wonderful fragrance drifted through the slightly open window. Warm bread, fresh yeast, a hint of cinnamon. The traveler smiled before even opening their eyes. Somewhere nearby, someone had already begun baking. When the traveler came downstairs, Elias was already buttoning his old wool coat. He looked up with a welcoming smile. "Good morning. It smells wonderful." Elias laughed softly. "It does. The bakery has started." "So early." "The baker says the bread should always be waiting for the village, not the other way around." The traveler smiled. "I think I'd like to meet someone who says things like that. Then let's not keep him waiting." The warm loaf of bread rested in Elias's basket as they continued along the quiet village lane. The morning had fully awakened now. Sunlight spilled gently over stone cottages, climbing roses, and little wooden fences. The rain from 2 nights before had left everything wonderfully fresh. Tiny drops of dew still sparkled on flower petals wherever the morning shade remained. The traveler noticed that nearly every cottage had a small garden. Some were filled with vegetables. Others overflowed with herbs and flowers. Many had both. There were rows of tomatoes, climbing beans winding around wooden poles, patches of lettuce, carrots hidden beneath delicate green leaves, and bright orange pumpkins resting peacefully among broad vines. Mint spilled over the edges of stone planters. Sage and rosemary perfumed the air whenever the breeze wandered through. The whole village seemed to grow food not only for itself, but for anyone who might need it. The traveler glanced toward Elias. Everyone gardens here? Nearly everyone. And those who can't? They still help. How? Some save seeds. Some water the plants. Some simply sit nearby and tell stories while others work. The traveler smiled. So everyone has something to give. Elias nodded. Exactly. The lane curved gently toward a wide wooden gate woven with flowering vines. Above it hung a simple hand-painted sign. The Valley Garden. No fences stood beyond the gate. Instead, winding paths meandered between rows of vegetables, herbs, berry bushes, and fruit trees. Wildflowers bloomed everywhere, inviting bees and butterflies to visit. Nothing was planted in perfectly straight lines. The garden felt wonderfully natural, as though it had slowly arranged itself over many seasons. Birdsong filled the morning air. Honeybees moved lazily from blossom to blossom. A pair of rabbits quietly nibbled clover at the far edge of the garden before hopping back toward the meadow. The traveler looked around in amazement. It's enormous. Elias smiled. The whole village helps care for it. Several villagers were already working among the beds. No one appeared rushed. An elderly gentleman carefully tied young tomato plants to smooth wooden stakes. 2 children watered herbs using little tin watering cans almost as large as they were. A woman knelt beside a row of carrots, gently pulling tiny weeds from the rich dark soil. Everyone greeted Elias warmly, and each welcomed the traveler with the same quiet kindness that seemed to live throughout the valley. An older woman with silver hair tucked beneath a straw hat approached carrying a basket of freshly picked peas. Her smile was as warm as the morning sunshine. Elias, you've brought another pair of helping hands. The old keeper laughed. If they're willing. The traveler smiled. I'd like that. My name is Margaret. She offered the basket. Would you shell a few peas while we talk? The traveler gladly accepted. But because every task was done with care, no one seemed concerned about finishing quickly. The garden would still be there tomorrow. As noon approached, a small bell rang from beneath the arbor. Not loudly, just enough for everyone to hear. Without a word, the gardeners gradually made their way toward a long wooden table set beneath several old apple trees. Loaves of fresh bread from Thomas's bakery had already been sliced. There were bowls of tomato soup, fresh cheeses, butter, berries, herbs, and cool spring water infused with lemon and mint. Each person added something from their basket. No one asked who had brought what. Everything became everyone's meal. Margaret smiled as she handed the traveler a bowl of soup. The garden feeds us, but sharing the meal. She looked around the table. Feeds something else. The traveler looked at the smiling faces gathered beneath the trees. Children laughing quietly, neighbors exchanging stories, fresh bread being passed from hand to hand, birds singing overhead, leaves dancing gently in the breeze. For a few moments, no one hurried to eat. Everyone simply enjoyed being together. After lunch, many of the villagers returned to their work. Others rested beneath the trees. A few quietly read books. One elderly man carved little wooden birds with careful hands. A little girl lay on the grass watching clouds drift slowly across the sky. The traveler joined her for a moment. What are you looking at? She pointed upward. That cloud looks like a sleepy sheep. The traveler laughed. I think you're right. A few minutes later she pointed again. Now it looks like a boat. The traveler looked. It really did. The clouds changed slowly, never rushing, becoming whatever the wind gently shaped them into. When it was finally time to leave, Margaret handed Elias a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Fresh herbs for supper. She turned to the traveler. And these? Inside were a few tiny packets of seeds. Wildflowers. Plant them wherever you someday call home. The traveler accepted them carefully. I will, Margaret smiled. And when they bloom, perhaps they'll remind you that peace can grow almost anywhere, if someone is willing to care for it. Together, Elias and the traveler stepped back onto the winding village path. Behind them, the garden continued its quiet work. Bees hummed among the blossoms. Children laughed softly between the rows. Leaves shimmered beneath the warm afternoon sun. And everywhere, life continued growing, one gentle day at a time. They settled beneath a grapevine-covered arbor where a wooden table stood in the cool shade. The traveler opened one green pod after another. Inside, neat rows of bright peas rested like tiny emeralds. They dropped gently into a large wooden bowl with soft little taps. Margaret worked beside them, her hands moving slowly but confidently. I planted my first garden when I was 8 years old. The traveler looked up. Do you still remember it? Oh yes. It wasn't very successful. She laughed softly. The rabbits enjoyed it much more than I did. The traveler laughed with her. So why keep gardening? Margaret looked across the garden. Because gardens teach patience. You cannot hurry a seed. You cannot shout at a flower until it blooms. You simply care for it. And trust the season. The traveler rolled one small pea thoughtfully between their fingers. It seemed that nearly every person in the valley shared wisdom without ever trying to teach. They simply lived it. When the bowl was full, Margaret stood. Come. I want to show you something. She led them toward the far end of the garden where dozens of little wooden signs stood beside different plants. Each carried a handwritten name. But beneath the names were little notes, planted by Samuel and his granddaughter. These beans came from seeds saved 20 years ago. Lavender for the village tea. Sunflowers for the birds. The traveler smiled as they read each one. One sign simply said, take what you need. Leave what you can. There was no lock, no gate, no one guarding anything. Margaret noticed the traveler reading it. We've had that sign for longer than I can remember. Doesn't anyone take too much? She smiled gently. Not when they know they'll always have enough. The traveler stood quietly for a moment. The words settled deep inside. Nearby, a young boy was carefully planting tiny lettuce seedlings. He worked with complete concentration, gently pressing the soil around each little plant. When he noticed the traveler watching, he grinned. I'm trying not to squish them. They're doing very well. He looked proudly at his neat little row. My grandfather says plants grow better when someone talks kindly to them. The traveler smiled. And do you? The boy nodded very seriously. I tell them good morning every day. Elias chuckled softly. I suspect that's why they're growing so well. The little boy laughed and returned happily to his work. By late morning, the sun had climbed higher. The scent of warm earth mixed beautifully with rosemary, thyme, basil, and fresh mint. Butterflies drifted between flowers in no particular hurry. A bumblebee disappeared deep inside a bright yellow sunflower before emerging dusted with golden pollen. The traveler helped harvest baskets of ripe strawberries. Their sweet fragrance filled the warm air. Later, they gathered crisp cucumbers and bundles of fragrant dill. Everything felt wonderfully satisfying, not because there was much to do. The following morning arrived so quietly that the traveler awoke before the birds. For a few peaceful moments, they remained beneath the warm quilt, listening. The cottage was still. The river outside whispered softly over its familiar stones. A cool breeze drifted through the slightly open window, carrying the fresh scent of dew-covered grass and blooming lavender. Far away, somewhere beyond the eastern hills, the first robin greeted the morning with a single clear note. Then another answered. Within a few minutes, the valley slowly filled with birdsong. Not all at once. One voice, then another, until the morning seemed to awaken like an orchestra, each bird joining when it felt the time was right. The travelers smiled. They had never noticed how gently a new day could begin. Downstairs, Elias was already awake. A small kettle rested above the fire, quietly warming. Fresh chamomile leaves floated beside 2 cups on the old wooden table. The old keeper looked up with his familiar smile. "Good morning. It sounds like the whole valley is singing." Elias poured the hot water into the waiting cups. "It sings every morning. We're simply awake early enough to hear it." The traveler accepted the warm tea. Steam curled gently upward. The fragrance of chamomile mixed with honey filled the cozy kitchen. They drank slowly. Neither hurried to finish. Outside, the first rays of sunlight touched the tops of the distant mountains. Golden light slowly began making its way down toward the valley below. After breakfast, Elias placed a small satchel over his shoulder. Inside were 2 apples, a flask of cool spring water, and the remaining slices of bread from yesterday. The traveler noticed he carried no map. "No basket today?" Elias smiled. "We won't be gone long. Where are we going?" "The oldest place in the valley." The traveler remembered the promise made the evening before. "Older than the cedar?" "Much older." "Older than the village?" Elias nodded. "So old that no one remembers who first walked there." They followed a narrow trail leading east. Unlike many of the valley's paths, this one climbed steadily toward the hills. Morning sunlight filtered through scattered oak trees. Their leaves sparkled with tiny droplets of dew. Spiderwebs stretched between branches like delicate silver lace. Each thread caught the light for only a moment before becoming invisible once again. The traveler paused beside one. "It's beautiful." Elias looked carefully. "The spider worked all night, and the morning is its reward." The traveler smiled. It seemed the valley found beauty in the smallest things. The trail continued upward. Soon the village disappeared behind the rolling hills. The only sounds were birds singing among the trees, the soft breeze moving through the grass, and the occasional chirp of crickets hidden beneath wildflowers. Every so often they stopped. Not because they were tired, simply because there was something worth noticing. A family of rabbits disappearing into tall grass. A red fox crossing the path before quietly vanishing into the woods. A patch of tiny purple flowers growing from the cracks between ancient stones. Nothing extraordinary, yet somehow, everything felt extraordinary when given enough attention. After nearly an hour of gentle walking, the path leveled. Ahead stood a broad hill surrounded by old oak trees. At its summit rested a circle of enormous standing stones. The traveler slowed. Each stone stood taller than a person. Some leaned slightly after centuries of wind and rain. Others remained perfectly upright. Soft green moss covered their lower halves. Tiny ferns grew from the cracks. Wildflowers bloomed quietly between them. No carvings could be seen. No grand monument. Only stone, sky, grass, and silence. "It's beautiful." Elias nodded. "This is the circle. No one knows who built it, or why." He smiled gently. "Many have guessed, but no one truly knows." They walked slowly into the center. The grass beneath their feet was thick and soft. The air felt strangely peaceful. Not mysterious, not frightening, simply still. The stones formed a perfect ring around them. Above, the sky seemed larger somehow. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. A pair of swallows circled once before continuing toward the valley. The traveler placed one hand upon the nearest stone. It felt cool despite the growing warmth of the morning. Rough, solid, unmoving. "How long has this been here?" Elias looked thoughtfully across the circle. "My grandfather believed 2,000 years. My father thought even longer. And you?" The old keeper smiled. "I've decided the number matters less than the feeling." The traveler nodded. The stones seemed completely at peace with not knowing their own history. Perhaps that was enough. Near the center of the circle rested a single flat stone, worn smooth by countless seasons. Elias sat upon it. The traveler joined him. Neither spoke. The wind moved gently through the grass outside the circle. Inside, everything felt wonderfully quiet. The traveler noticed the smallest sounds. A bee visiting nearby flowers. The flutter of a butterfly's wings. The distant call of a cuckoo echoing from the forest. The soft rustle of oak leaves high above. Silence, they realized again, was never empty. It simply allowed quieter things to be heard. After a long while, Elias spoke. "When I was young, I used to come here whenever I felt uncertain. What did the stones tell you?" He laughed softly. "Nothing." The traveler smiled. "Then why come?" "Because they reminded me that not every question needs an immediate answer." He rested one hand upon the ancient stone beside him. "They've stood here through thousands of sunrises, thousands of storms, thousands of winters. They never rushed." The traveler looked around the circle once more. For the first time in many days, they felt no desire to know everything. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The traveler sat beneath the willow tree, watching the tall grasses sway gently where the herd had disappeared. The meadow no longer held the quiet shapes of the horses. Yet it did not feel empty. The peace they had carried seemed to linger, woven into the whisper of the breeze and the soft murmur of the stream. The traveler closed their eyes. The afternoon wrapped gently around them. A cool breeze brushed softly across their face. Somewhere nearby, crickets had begun their slow evening chorus. High above, a lone hawk circled without flapping its wings, gliding effortlessly on the warm currents rising from the hills. The willow leaves rustled overhead with a sound like distant rain. The traveler found themselves breathing in perfect rhythm with the valley. Slowly, deeply, without even trying. After several peaceful minutes, Elias rose and stretched. The old willow cast long shadows now. The sunlight had taken on the rich amber glow that always arrived before evening. "It's nearly time," he said softly. The traveler looked toward the western horizon. The sun had begun its slow descent toward the mountains. Golden light poured across the meadow, making every blade of grass shine as though it had been brushed with fine silk. "I almost don't want to leave." Elias smiled kindly. "That's one of the valley's oldest secrets." "What is?" "It never asks anyone to stay. It simply gives them a reason to return." The traveler smiled. There was wisdom in that. The quiet valley never clung to anyone. It simply welcomed each day with open hands. Before they left, Elias wandered a few steps into the meadow and bent down beside a patch of wildflowers. He didn't pick them. Instead, he gently brushed a fingertip across one pale blue blossom. "My grandmother used to say something whenever we walked here." "What did she say?" He looked out across the hills. "Leave every beautiful place just as beautiful as you found it." The traveler nodded. "I think that's true for more than places." Elias looked back with a warm smile. "I think so too." Together they took one last look across the meadow. The wind continued its gentle dance through the grasses. The stream sparkled beneath the lowering sun. The willow tree swayed quietly, as though offering a silent farewell. Far beyond the hills, a faint silhouette of the herd could just barely be seen moving toward the distant mountains. Then even those shapes disappeared. The narrow path led them away from the meadow and into rolling hills painted in warm evening colors. The sky slowly transformed above them. Brilliant blue softened into shades of gold. Gold melted into amber. Amber slowly welcomed gentle streaks of rose and lavender stretching toward the horizon. The traveler noticed how slowly the colors changed. Had they been anywhere else, they might never have seen it. Life usually hurried people past sunsets. The valley invited them to stay. As they walked, the air cooled pleasantly. There was a small round of creamy cheese, a jar of golden honey, and the last of the strawberries they had gathered from the community garden. Nothing fancy, nothing extravagant, yet somehow it felt like the perfect meal. The traveler spread a little honey over a warm slice of bread. Nearby, the gray mare lifted her head for a moment, sniffed the air with quiet curiosity, then returned to grazing. The traveler laughed softly. "I think even lunch tastes different here." Elias smiled. Food notices when it's eaten slowly. The traveler nodded. Somehow, that felt true. Each bite seemed richer. Each sip of cool spring water felt more refreshing. Not because the food itself was extraordinary, but because nothing distracted from it. No clocks, no rushing, only the peaceful afternoon beneath the willow tree. When their meal was finished, the traveler leaned comfortably against the broad trunk of the willow. Its bark was rough beneath their hand, warm where the sunlight touched it and cool where the shade lingered. They reached into their satchel and removed the little green book Clara had given them. The cover was simple, deep green cloth with a tiny silver leaf pressed into the center. They opened it carefully. The first page held only a single sentence. The world rarely becomes quieter. We simply become better at hearing its gentleness. The traveler read the words once, then again. After a long moment, they closed the book with a peaceful smile. No more needed to be said. The afternoon itself seemed to explain the meaning. Time drifted by as gently as the stream. Clouds wandered slowly across the sky, casting soft shadows over the meadow. The breeze shifted, carrying the sweet scent of clover through the tall grass. Without warning, one of the maras began walking toward the western hills. Another followed, then another. Soon the entire herd was moving together. No one led them, no one called them. They simply seemed to know it was time. The foals trotted happily beside their mothers. The black stallion remained behind until every other horse had passed. Only then did he turn and follow. For a brief moment he paused upon the hilltop. The golden afternoon light outlined his strong silhouette against the distant mountains. Then, with quiet dignity, he disappeared over the ridge. The meadow grew still once more. The traveler watched until the last swishing tail vanished beyond the hills. It feels empty now. Elias shook his head gently. No. He smiled toward the waving grasses. It feels rested. The traveler looked around. He was right. The horses had left. Yet somehow, their calm remained. The breeze still whispered through the meadow. The stream still sang beside the willow. The wildflowers still nodded beneath the afternoon sun. Peace had never belonged only to the horses. It belonged to the valley itself. After leaving the community garden, Elias and the traveler walked along a quiet lane lined with old stone walls. Wild roses climbed between the cracks, their pale blossoms nodding gently in the afternoon breeze. The warm scent of herbs still lingered in the basket Elias carried over his shoulder. Every now and then, a few lavender sprigs peeked out from beneath the cloth, filling the air with their calming fragrance. The traveler reached into a pocket and gently touched the little packets of wildflower seeds Margaret had given them. For some reason, they smiled. It wasn't simply a gift. It felt like a promise. A reminder that peaceful things could continue growing long after this journey. The lane slowly climbed toward the edge of the village. Here the cottages stood a little farther apart. Small orchards stretched behind them. Old apple trees cast gentle patches of shade across the grass. Some of the apples were still green, while others had begun turning shades of gold and crimson beneath the summer sun. A light breeze carried the soft rustle of leaves overhead. The traveler noticed a small cat sleeping comfortably on a warm stone wall. Its paws were tucked neatly beneath its chest. One ear twitched lazily as they passed, but it made no effort to wake. Elias chuckled. That's Oliver. He spends most afternoons deciding exactly where the sunshine is warmest. The traveler laughed quietly. It seems like an important responsibility. He takes it very seriously. Just beyond the last cottage stood a little building covered almost entirely in climbing ivy. Its roof was weathered cedar. Window boxes overflowed with blue forget-me-nots and white daisies. A tiny brass bell hung above the wooden door. Beside it was another hand-painted sign. The quiet shelf. No other words. No advertisements. No promises. Just the name. The traveler looked toward Elias. A bookshop. The only one. They stepped inside. The bell chimed so softly it sounded more like a tiny bird than a bell. The room welcomed them with the comforting scent of old paper, polished wood, cedar shelves, and a faint hint of vanilla. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, painting warm rectangles across the wooden floor. Books filled every wall from floor to ceiling. Some shelves held novels with beautifully worn leather bindings. Others displayed collections of poetry, maps, gardening journals, cookbooks, and books about birds, stars, forests, rivers, and faraway places. A small ladder rested against one shelf for reaching the highest books. Near the fireplace stood two deep armchairs with knitted blankets folded neatly across their backs. Between them rested a tiny table with a teapot, 2 cups, and a vase holding fresh wildflowers. It looked less like a shop, and more like someone's favorite room. An elderly woman looked up from behind a large oak desk. Round spectacles rested low upon her nose. A gray cat slept peacefully in a basket beside her chair. The only sounds around them were the cheerful songs of sparrows perched upon old stone walls, the distant murmur of the river flowing through the valley, and the gentle crunch of gravel beneath their boots. It was enough. The village slowly faded behind them. Stone cottages gave way to rolling hills covered in wild grasses and scattered flowers. The path narrowed until it became little more than a ribbon winding through the landscape. Buttercups swayed gently in the breeze. Purple thistles stood proudly among patches of clover. White daisies nodded lazily beneath the afternoon sun. Blue cornflowers added little splashes of color that seemed almost painted across the hillside. Honeybees drifted from blossom to blossom without the slightest hurry. Butterflies floated through the warm air like tiny pieces of drifting flower petals. The traveler breathed deeply. Every part of the quiet valley seemed to carry its own scent. The forest smelled of cedar and cool moss. The river carried freshness. The village smelled of bread, herbs, and wood smoke. These open hills smelled wonderfully alive. Sweet grass warmed by the sun. Wild thyme hidden beneath the rocks. Fresh clover dancing in the breeze. It was a fragrance that made every breath feel slow and easy. After several peaceful minutes, Elias pointed toward the crest of the hill ahead. "There's someone I'd like you to meet." The traveler smiled. "I've noticed nearly everyone in this valley knows one another." Elias chuckled. "These neighbors have 4 legs." The traveler laughed softly. "I should have guessed." They climbed the last gentle rise together. As they reached the top, the landscape opened before them. The traveler stopped without realizing it. Below stretched an enormous meadow rolling toward the distant western mountains. The grasses moved in slow waves beneath the afternoon breeze, rising and falling like the surface of a calm sea. Far across the meadow, several graceful figures wandered peacefully. Horses. There were perhaps a dozen altogether. Some were chestnut with coats that glowed warmly beneath the sun. Others were deep black, silver gray, or rich golden brown. Several foals remained close beside their mothers, occasionally breaking into playful little trots before returning again to the safety of the herd. None of the horses appeared restless. They grazed quietly among the tall grasses, lifting their heads every now and then to look across the open hills before continuing their peaceful afternoon. The traveler watched them in silence. "They're beautiful," Elias nodded. "The valley has cared for this herd for generations." "Do they belong to anyone?" The old keeper smiled. "In a way, but mostly, they belong to the meadow." Rather than walking directly toward them, Elias led the traveler in a wide, gentle curve. "We'll let them decide." "Decide what?" "If they'd like to meet us." The traveler nodded. That seemed perfectly natural here. Nothing in the quiet valley was hurried. The fragrance of wild thyme drifted from the rocky hillside. Tiny swallows skimmed low across the fields, catching insects in graceful arcs before returning toward the village. In the distance, the faint sound of sheep bells floated across the valley. The traveler smiled. Everything here seemed to have its own gentle music. The river, the wind, the birds, even distant bells. Nothing competed with anything else. Every sound simply found its place. Soon they reached a small rise overlooking the entire valley. The village below glowed warmly in the evening light. Thin curls of smoke rose lazily from a few chimneys. The river reflected the golden sky like a ribbon of polished glass. Gardens shimmered beneath the last warmth of the day. The traveler stopped. "I don't think I'll ever get tired of this view." Elias stood beside them. "I haven't." For nearly a minute they simply watched, neither trying to capture the moment, nor describe it. Some moments were complete exactly as they were. The first evening star appeared high above the eastern hills, tiny at first, then brighter as the sky slowly deepened. The traveler noticed it before Elias did. "Look," he followed their gaze and smiled. "The valley's first lantern. Do you always call it that?" "My grandfather did." He believed the stars were little lanterns lighting the way for travelers returning home. The traveler looked upward. One star became two, then three. Soon dozens began quietly appearing across the evening sky. Each one arrived without announcement, without hurry. Exactly when it was time, they resumed walking. The village was not far now. Warm lights had begun glowing behind cottage windows. The comforting aroma of supper drifted gently through the evening air. Fresh herbs, roasting vegetables, warm bread. The traveler felt an unexpected sense of belonging. Not because they had lived in the valley for years, but because every day here had quietly taught them something worth carrying. How to listen, how to slow down, how to notice, how to rest. As they reached the first stone bridge leading back toward the keeper's cottage, Elias paused in the middle and rested his hands upon the smooth wooden railing. The river flowed beneath them, reflecting the first stars of the evening. He looked toward the traveler with a gentle smile. "Tomorrow, I'll show you one of the oldest places in the valley." The traveler raised an eyebrow. "I thought we'd already visited the oldest tree." Elias laughed softly. "This place is older than the tree, older than the village, older than anyone remembers." The traveler smiled with quiet curiosity. "I suppose that's where we're going." Elias nodded. "If the morning is kind." Together they crossed the bridge. Behind them, the meadow rested peacefully beneath the fading light. Ahead, the warm glow of the village welcomed them home. Above, the stars continued to appear, one by one, lighting the quiet valley. As another peaceful day gently came to its end. Not even introductions. As they drew nearer, several horses raised their heads. Their ears turned toward the visitors. One by one, they noticed Elias. None appeared alarmed. Instead, they simply watched with calm curiosity. The travelers slowed their steps even further. The breeze carried their scent gently across the meadow. For a few quiet moments, everyone remained exactly where they were. Then, from among the herd, an elegant gray mare stepped forward. Her coat shimmered almost silver beneath the afternoon light. She walked slowly, confidently, without fear. Her dark eyes were gentle and thoughtful. She stopped several feet away. The traveler remained perfectly still. The mare lowered her head slightly. She sniffed the air. The traveler could hear her slow, steady breathing. Warm, calm, peaceful. After another quiet moment, she stepped closer. Very gently, she brushed her soft nose against the traveler's shoulder. The traveler smiled so broadly that Elias couldn't help laughing quietly. "I believe," he said softly, "you've just been welcomed." Soon another horse wandered over. Then another. Not because anyone called them, simply because they were curious. A young foal, curious beyond measure, stepped out from behind its mother. Its long legs still carried the slightly awkward grace of youth. It took 3 careful steps toward the traveler, then stopped. Its ears pointed forward. Its bright eyes studied this unfamiliar visitor with innocent curiosity. For several long seconds, neither one moved. Then the foal gave a tiny snort, turned happily, and trotted back to its mother, who greeted it with a gentle nuzzle beneath the warm afternoon sun. Elias smiled. Curiosity is often the first quiet step toward trust. The traveler watched the little foal disappear among the taller grasses. "I've never been this close to horses before. They understand something people sometimes forget." "What is that?" "Calmness. They don't listen to words nearly as much as they listen to how we carry ourselves. The traveler nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps that explained why the entire meadow felt so peaceful. Nothing here tried to impress. Nothing demanded attention. Everything simply existed exactly as it was meant to. And somehow, that was more than enough. The gray mare lingered beside them for a little while longer. She lowered her head to graze, tearing slow mouthfuls of sweet summer grass before lifting her ears now and then toward the breeze. The traveler stood quietly, watching the peaceful rhythm of the herd. Nothing about the horses seemed hurried. Even the smallest movements carried a quiet confidence. A flick of an ear, a slow blink, the gentle swish of a tail brushing away a curious fly, the soft sound of hooves shifting through the grass. It was almost like watching the meadow breathe. Farther across the hillside, a powerful black stallion stood upon a gentle rise. His dark coat shone beneath the afternoon sun. Today I watched rain fall into the river until I forgot what I had been worrying about. A little robin sang beside my breakfast table. Another simply said, "The bread was still warm." The traveler smiled. Such small moments, yet somehow, they felt wonderfully important. Clara offered the traveler a fountain pen. "If you'd like." The traveler hesitated only briefly before opening a fresh page. After thinking quietly for a moment, they began to write. "Today I learned that peace isn't found by searching farther. Sometimes it's found by noticing more." The ink dried slowly upon the page. Clara closed the journal gently. "I think the shelf will be happy to keep that safe." Before leaving, Clara selected a slim little book from a nearby shelf. Its cover was deep green, decorated only with a tiny silver leaf. She handed it to the traveler. "A gift. I couldn't. You can. It's about listening." The traveler looked puzzled. "Listening. To rivers. To birds. To rain. To silence." She smiled. "The world speaks rather often. We're simply distracted." The afternoon sun had begun its slow journey toward evening when they stepped outside. The bell chimed softly behind them. Oliver the cat had moved only a few feet along the stone wall, carefully following the warm patch of sunlight as it drifted across the stones. The traveler laughed quietly. "He's still working." Elias nodded. "He never misses an afternoon." Together they continued down the peaceful lane. The little green book rested safely beneath the traveler's arm. Behind them, the quiet shelf settled once more into its gentle silence. Books waited patiently. The grandfather clock continued its calm ticking. The gray cat dreamed peacefully beside Clara's chair. And somewhere inside the little ivy-covered bookshop, another story waited quietly for the next person who wandered through the door. The little green book rested comfortably beneath the traveler's arm as they left the ivy-covered bookshop behind. The afternoon had settled gently over the quiet valley. The sunlight was no longer bright and white as it had been at midday. Instead, it had softened into warm shades of honey and gold, wrapping the hills and cottages in a peaceful glow. Long shadows stretched across the winding lanes. A light breeze wandered through the village, carrying with it the familiar fragrances of fresh bread from the bakery, blooming lavender from nearby gardens, and the clean scent of pine drifting down from the surrounding forests. For a while, Elias and the traveler walked without speaking. The traveler had discovered something unexpected during their days in the valley. Silence was no longer something that needed to be filled. It had become comforting. Like walking beside an old friend who understood that quiet moments could be shared just as easily as conversations. She smiled before Elias had even spoken. "I thought you might visit today. How did you know?" "I noticed the weather was perfect for reading." Elias laughed. "Traveler." He turned kindly. "This is Clara, the keeper of stories." Clara stood and shook the traveler's hand with surprising warmth. "Every village should have someone to look after books." She glanced around the room. "They're rather patient companions." The traveler wandered slowly between the shelves. Unlike bookstores elsewhere, nothing here seemed arranged to encourage buying. Small handwritten cards rested beside certain books. One read, "A lovely choice for rainy afternoons." Another simply said, "This one likes to be read beside a window." Another, "Take your time." The traveler smiled. Even the books seemed unhurried. Clara noticed, "We've never believed in rushing readers. What if someone keeps a book for too long?" She smiled gently. "Perhaps they needed it." "And if they forget to return it?" "Most don't. And if they do?" She shrugged lightly. "Then I hope it found someone who loved it." In one corner of the shop stood a tall grandfather clock. Its gentle ticking blended naturally with the quiet room. Not loud enough to interrupt, just enough to remind visitors that time was passing kindly. The traveler ran a finger gently along the spine of a weathered book of nature sketches. Each page was filled with delicate drawings of birds, flowers, butterflies, mushrooms, and trees from the valley. Every illustration had been painted by hand. The colors were soft, almost dreamlike. Clara approached. "That book has been here for nearly 60 years. It looks brand new." She smiled. "That's because everyone turns the pages carefully." A little boy entered the shop carrying 3 books hugged tightly against his chest. He couldn't have been older than 8. He walked straight to Clara. "I finished them." She accepted the books with a smile. "Which was your favorite?" "The one about the fox." "What did you like best?" He thought carefully. The fox wasn't brave because he wasn't scared. He was brave because he helped anyway. Clara nodded. "That's worth remembering." She didn't test him. She didn't hurry him. She simply listened. Then she handed him another book. "I think this one has been waiting for you." The boy looked at the cover with wide eyes. "Thank you." He smiled politely at Elias and the traveler before disappearing back into the sunshine. Near the fireplace stood a small shelf unlike the others. Instead of books, it held journals, dozens of them, each beautifully bound in cloth or leather. The traveler looked at them curiously. "What are these?" Clara's eyes brightened. "Our memory shelf." She carefully removed one. "Every visitor who wishes may write about one peaceful moment they've experienced. No rules, no names required, just a memory." She opened a journal. The handwriting changed from page to page. One entry read, "He wasn't pacing or guarding the others in any obvious way. He simply watched the open hills with calm, steady eyes. The breeze lifted his mane for a moment before letting it settle once more." The traveler looked toward him. "He seems so peaceful." Elias followed their gaze. "He is. Strength doesn't always need to prove itself. Sometimes, it simply stands quietly." The traveler thought about those words as they watched the stallion remain perfectly still against the endless sky. They wandered slowly through the meadow, careful not to disturb the grazing herd. The horses accepted their presence as naturally as they accepted the wind or the singing birds. A skylark suddenly rose from the tall grass nearby. It climbed higher and higher into the bright blue sky until it became little more than a tiny shadow. Its joyful song drifted down over the hills, clear and light. The traveler smiled. "It sounds so happy." "I think it is," Elias replied. "The valley gives every creature room to be exactly what it was meant to be." Before long, they came upon a narrow stream winding quietly through the lower part of the meadow. Its water was so clear that every smooth pebble beneath the surface seemed close enough to touch. Sunlight danced upon the gentle current, scattering little flashes of silver that shimmered with every ripple. Dragonflies skimmed gracefully across the water. Tiny white butterflies floated among clusters of wild mint growing along the banks. Beside the stream stood an old willow tree. Its long green branches swayed gently in the afternoon breeze, their leaves whispering softly to one another. "This," Elias said with a smile, "has always been one of my favorite places." They settled beneath the shade of the willow. The grass was cool despite the warmth of the day. The traveler removed their boots and carefully dipped their feet into the stream. The water flowed gently around their ankles, cool enough to refresh, gentle enough to soothe. It carried away the warmth of the afternoon without disturbing the quiet stillness of the moment. Elias smiled. The stream has welcomed you too. For several minutes, they simply listened. Water murmured over smooth stones. Willow branches rustled overhead. The distant horses grazed peacefully among the rolling grasses. A bee wandered lazily between the clover blossoms nearby. Everything seemed connected. The breeze, the water, the birds, the trees. Even their own slow breathing seemed to match the quiet rhythm surrounding them. At last, Elias reached into the basket. Inside, wrapped carefully in its linen cloth, rested the warm loaf of bread Thomas had baked that morning. Though several hours had passed, it still carried the comforting aroma of fresh wheat and warm crust. He sliced the loaf with his little pocket knife. The crust gave a soft crackle. Inside, the bread remained light and tender. Then, instead of putting it on, he draped it loosely over the basket of bread. "The bread prefers to stay dry," he said with a grin. The traveler laughed. "And us? We'll be fine." Soon they stepped out of the birch forest into an open meadow. The rain fell more freely here. Each drop shimmered briefly in the afternoon light before disappearing into the grass. Wildflowers bowed gently beneath the gentle shower. Tiny beads of water gathered on every petal, sparkling like little jewels. The traveler lifted a hand. Cool raindrops landed softly upon their palm. They weren't cold. They were refreshing. The breeze carried the clean scent of wet grass and fresh soil. It was the kind of rain that invited people to slow down rather than run for shelter. Ahead stood an old wooden gazebo overlooking the valley. Its roof was covered with climbing vines. Rain drummed softly against the cedar shingles. Elias and the traveler stepped inside. A pair of wooden rocking chairs faced the open hillside. They sat. The chairs creaked gently as they rocked. Before them, the rain drifted across the fields in shimmering curtains. The distant river grew brighter beneath the cloudy sky. Mist began rising from the forests where the cool rain met the warm earth. "It looks completely different," the traveler whispered. "But just as beautiful." Elias nodded. "Every kind of weather has its own kindness." For several quiet minutes they simply watched. The rain never became heavy. It remained soft and steady. Birds sheltered beneath the branches of nearby trees. A family of rabbits waited patiently beneath a thick hedge. Far across the meadow, a small herd of sheep continued grazing as though they hardly noticed the rain at all. The traveler smiled. "Nobody seems bothered. Rain is part of life here," Elias replied. "It fills the streams. It feeds the gardens. It washes the dust from the leaves. And afterward," he looked toward the hills, "everything smells new again." The traveler closed their eyes. The sound of rain upon the roof blended with birdsong drifting from the forest. Somewhere nearby, water trickled gently into a little stone basin. Leaves whispered in the breeze. The rocking chair moved almost imperceptibly. Back, forward, back again. The rhythm was so gentle that the traveler nearly forgot where they were. Felt wonderfully peaceful, like being rocked to sleep by the valley itself. After perhaps half an hour, the rain began to fade. The drops grew farther apart. The clouds slowly drifted eastward. One final droplet fell from the edge of the roof, landing in a puddle below with a quiet little splash. Sunlight broke through the clouds. Golden beams spread across the valley. Every blade of grass shimmered. Every leaf sparkled. Tiny diamonds of water covered the fields as far as the eye could see. Then something appeared above the eastern hills. A rainbow. Its colors were soft but clear, stretching gracefully from one side of the valley to the other. "What do I do?" "Simply set it upon the water. And watch." The traveler knelt beside the river. The current moved slowly. Carefully, they lowered the lantern onto the surface. For a brief moment, it remained perfectly still. Then the gentle current welcomed it. The little light began drifting downstream. One by one, more lanterns joined it. 10, 20, 50. Soon the river carried a quiet procession of glowing lights through the valley. Their reflections danced gently upon the dark water. The traveler watched in silence. It looked as though the stars themselves had decided to float upon the river for the evening. No speeches were given. No fireworks filled the sky. Only quiet appreciation. Some villagers closed their eyes for a moment. Others simply watched their lantern drift farther and farther away until its light blended with the stars above. A violinist standing beneath the willow tree began playing a slow, gentle melody. The music floated across the river like the evening breeze itself. Soft, peaceful, unhurried, the traveler felt a deep sense of gratitude. Not for anything extraordinary. Simply, for having been here. After the final lantern disappeared around a bend in the river, the villagers lingered beneath the stars. Some sat upon blankets spread across the grass. Others quietly sipped warm herbal tea. Children gradually grew sleepy, resting against their parents' shoulders. The air had become cool but comfortable. Fireflies appeared once again among the reeds, their tiny lights blinking softly in the darkness. The traveler looked upward. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a river of silver dust. I don't think I've ever seen a night this beautiful. Elias smiled. The valley saves some of its finest moments for those willing to stay awake just a little longer. Eventually, the gathering slowly came to an end. Not because anyone announced it. Simply because the evening itself had grown sleepy. One by one, lanterns were extinguished. Blankets were folded. Warm wishes were exchanged. Neighbors strolled home beneath the stars. The traveler and Elias remained beside the river for a few extra minutes. The willow branches whispered softly overhead. The water continued its endless journey toward places unseen. The traveler looked at their reflection in the calm river. It seemed somehow different from the person who had first arrived in the valley. Not changed completely, just quieter, calmer, more willing to notice the beauty in ordinary things. Elias rested a gentle hand upon the old wooden railing of the bridge. Without looking away from the river, he spoke. Tomorrow, the valley has one final gift. The traveler smiled. I think I'm ready. Together they turned toward the warm glow of the keeper's cottage. Behind them, the river continued flowing beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The lanterns had disappeared around the distant bend, but their gentle light seemed to remain somewhere. Long wooden tables had been placed beneath the apple trees. White linen cloths fluttered gently in the breeze. Simple bouquets of daisies, lavender, and wild roses rested in little glass jars along the center of each table. Everyone had brought something to share. Fresh bread from Thomas's bakery, bowls of vegetable soup, herb-roasted potatoes, cheeses wrapped in linen, honey gathered from the valley's hives, fresh strawberries, raspberries, cherries, and peaches. There were no fancy decorations, no loud music, only simple food prepared with care. The traveler noticed that nobody hurried toward the tables. There was enough for everyone. There always seemed to be enough. Thomas, the cheerful baker, waved from the far end of the table. I saved you too the warmest loaf. The traveler laughed. You always seem to know exactly when bread should come out of the oven. Thomas grinned. The bread usually tells me. Nearby, Margaret from the community garden arranged little bundles of fresh herbs for anyone who wished to take some home. Clara, the bookseller, sat beneath an apple tree reading a story aloud to several children gathered around her feet. Even Oliver the sleepy cat had found the perfect sunny spot upon a nearby stone wall. The traveler smiled. Every familiar face seemed to belong exactly where it was. As supper began, conversations rose and fell like gentle waves. No one tried to speak over anyone else. Stories drifted from one end of the table to the other. Someone remembered a snowfall from years ago. Another spoke about watching fox cubs playing in the hills earlier that spring. A little girl proudly explained that the sunflower she had planted was now taller than she was. Everyone laughed. Not loudly, just warmly. The traveler realized something. These people rarely talked about being busy. Instead, they talked about what they had noticed. A bird. A flower. A cloud shaped like a sailing boat. The first strawberries of the season. Little moments that many people might never see. When the meal had ended, the sky had become a deep shade of blue. The first stars shimmered quietly above the eastern hills. The river reflected both the fading sunset and the growing night. One by one, the villagers gathered near the water's edge. There, upon a long wooden table, rested dozens of little paper lanterns. Each held a tiny candle protected inside a small glass cup. The traveler looked at Elias. "These are beautiful. My grandmother used to fold them." He picked one up carefully. "Every summer, after the first gentle rain, we thank the river, not because it belongs to us, but because we belong beside it." The villagers lit the candles one at a time. Tiny golden flames flickered gently in the evening air. Children carried lanterns carefully with both hands. Parents walked beside them. Grandparents smiled quietly. Nobody rushed. The traveler accepted a lantern from Elias. Its paper was pale cream, decorated with a single painted willow leaf. The traveler smiled without speaking. Some sights seemed too complete for words. Elias looked toward the rainbow with the peaceful expression of someone greeting an old friend. "My grandmother always said, 'What? Rain spends all afternoon polishing the world.'" The traveler laughed softly. "I think she was right." They stepped out from the gazebo. The air felt wonderfully fresh, cool, clean, filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and pine. Tiny birds immediately returned to their songs. Bees emerged once more among the flowers. A robin landed in the wet grass nearby, happily searching for worms brought closer to the surface by the rain. Life resumed exactly where it had paused, as though the valley had simply taken a long, refreshing breath. Together, Elias and the traveler followed the glistening path home. Behind them, the rainbow slowly faded into the bright afternoon sky. The puddles reflected drifting clouds. The leaves continued sparkling beneath the sunshine, and the valley, freshly washed by the gentle rain, seemed quieter, calmer, and somehow even more beautiful than before. Morning gradually gave way to afternoon, and afternoon slowly softened into evening. It had been another gentle day in the quiet valley. The rain had left the forest sparkling. The gardens seemed greener than ever. The river flowed a little fuller, singing softly as it wound between smooth stones and flowering banks. The traveler noticed that even the air felt different after the rain. It carried the fresh fragrance of pine, damp earth, and blooming lavender. Every breath felt wonderfully clean. As the golden light of late afternoon settled across the valley, Elias folded a small linen cloth and placed it inside the familiar wicker basket. The traveler smiled. "A picnic." The old keeper returned the smile. "One last evening celebration. Is something special happening?" Elias nodded. The villagers gather beside the river after the first summer rain. Every year, the traveler looked toward the window, where the willow branches swayed gently above the water. "What do they celebrate?" Elias thought for a moment before answering. "Another beautiful day." The traveler laughed softly. "I think that's reason enough." Together they walked toward the river. The familiar path felt almost like home now. Wildflowers lined its edges. Dragonflies hovered above the reeds. The willow tree welcomed them with its graceful branches, their long green leaves brushing softly in the evening breeze. As they approached the village green, gentle laughter drifted through the air. Families had already begun gathering. Children chased one another across the grass with cheerful voices. An elderly couple sat upon a wooden bench sharing a loaf of warm bread. Neighbors greeted one another with warm smiles and unhurried conversations. Nothing felt like a grand festival. It felt like the valley simply enjoying being together. Some mysteries were beautiful precisely because they remained mysteries. The breeze wandered gently between the ancient stones. Clouds drifted slowly across the endless blue sky, and for a little while longer, the two friends simply sat together, surrounded by silence, older than memory itself. The traveler and Elias remained within the ancient circle for some time. No clock measured the passing hours. Only the slow movement of sunlight across the standing stones revealed that morning was gently becoming afternoon. The warmth of the day settled softly over the hill. A few white clouds drifted lazily across the wide blue sky, their shadows wandering over the grass below. The traveler rested one hand upon the cool stone beside them. Even beneath the afternoon sun, it remained pleasantly cool, as though it carried the memory of countless dawns and evenings within its quiet surface. At last, Elias stood. "I think it's time we headed back." The traveler smiled. "I was just beginning to lose track of time." The old keeper laughed softly. "That usually happens here." They followed a different path down the hillside. This trail wound gently through a woodland filled with silver birches. Their white trunks glowed softly in the afternoon light. Leaves shimmered overhead, flashing green and silver whenever the breeze stirred them. The forest carried the fresh scent of damp earth and pine needles. Somewhere nearby, hidden among the branches, a blackbird sang a melody so sweet that the traveler stopped walking just to listen. The song rose and fell like flowing water. When it ended, the forest seemed even quieter than before. "It almost feels wrong to speak after hearing that." Elias smiled. "Birds don't mind. They've learned that silence and conversation can live together." As they continued, the traveler noticed something changing. The breeze had cooled. The sunlight, though still warm, seemed softer. High above the treetops, the white clouds had quietly gathered into larger ones. Their edges were still bright, but their centers had turned a gentle shade of gray. The air smelled different too. Fresh, earthy, almost sweet. The traveler took a deep breath. "It smells like rain." Elias looked toward the sky. "It does. Will we make it home first?" The old keeper shook his head with a smile. "I hope not." The traveler laughed. "You hope not. The valley wears rain beautifully." Before long, the first drop fell. It landed upon a broad fern leaf with the softest little tap. Then another. The third. The traveler looked upward. The leaves overhead caught most of the rain at first. Tiny droplets gathered along their edges before falling one by one to the forest floor. The sound was delicate, like fingers gently tapping 100 tiny drums. No wind rushed through the trees. No thunder rolled across the hills. It was simply a slow, peaceful rain. Elias pulled a light waxed cloak from his satchel.
Within the traveler's heart, the traveler awoke before dawn. For a few moments, they lay quietly beneath the quilt, listening to the familiar sounds that had become part of each morning in the quiet valley. The river whispered beyond the cottage window. A breeze stirred the willow branches, their leaves brushing together with a sound like distant waves upon a peaceful shore. Somewhere outside, a robin sang the first notes of the new day. Another answered from farther down the valley. The traveler smiled. When they had first arrived, these sounds had seemed ordinary. Now they felt like old friends. They closed their eyes for one last moment, breathing in the comforting scent of cedar wood, fresh linen, and the faint fragrance of chamomile lingering from the evening before. The cottage had become a place of rest, a place where time moved gently, a place where silence was never empty. Downstairs, a small fire already crackled inside the stone hearth. Elias stood near the stove, preparing breakfast. Warm oats simmered quietly in a small pot. Fresh apples had been sliced into thin crescents. A little dish of honey rested beside 2 steaming cups of mint tea. The old keeper looked up with his familiar smile. "You were awake early. So were you." Elias laughed softly. "I've always liked greeting the sunrise." The traveler helped set the table. For a while, they ate in peaceful silence. The simple meal tasted wonderful, perhaps because they knew it would be their last breakfast in the cottage. After breakfast, Elias carried the empty bowls to the sink. The traveler folded the blanket that had rested over the chair during the previous evenings. Every familiar object seemed to deserve one last look. The old bookshelf beside the window, the polished wooden floor, the teapot that had greeted every morning, the small vase where fresh flowers had appeared almost every day. Even the rocking chair beside the fire seemed quietly content. The traveler smiled. "It's strange." "What is?" "It already feels like I'll miss this place." Elias nodded. "That's a good sign. It means you were fully here." The morning air was cool as they stepped outside. Tiny drops of dew covered the meadow. The rising sun painted the eastern sky with gentle shades of peach, gold, and pale lavender. Mist drifted above the river like a soft white ribbon. Everything seemed to move more slowly than ever. Or perhaps, the traveler had simply learned how to notice. Instead of following one destination, Elias led them along many of the familiar paths they had walked during the past days. They crossed the little stone bridge where ducks floated quietly beneath the willow branches. They passed Thomas's bakery just as the first warm loaves were being placed in the window. Thomas waved with flour still dusting his apron. "Safe travels," he called warmly. "And remember, fresh bread is always waiting." The traveler laughed and waved back. "I'll remember." A little farther along, Margaret was already tending the community garden. She looked up from a bed of herbs and smiled. "The wildflower seeds." The traveler gently touched the pocket where they still rested. "I'll plant them. I know you will." She returned to her gardening with the peaceful confidence of someone who never doubted that flowers would bloom. At the ivy-covered bookshop, Clara stood outside arranging flower pots beneath the windows. She handed the traveler a small pressed leaf, tucked neatly inside a bookmark. "So you'll always know where your story paused." The traveler looked at the tiny silver-green leaf. "Paused." Clara smiled. "The best stories never truly end. They simply wait until we're ready to continue reading." They continued toward the meadow where the wild horses grazed. The herd was there once more. The gray mare lifted her head as though recognizing an old acquaintance. She didn't approach this time. She simply watched quietly. The traveler raised a hand in a silent farewell. The mare lowered her head again and returned to grazing. Some goodbyes, they realized, didn't need words. Near the willow tree beside the stream, they paused one final time. The water still murmured over smooth stones. Dragonflies danced above its surface. A kingfisher flashed brilliant blue as it skimmed across the current before disappearing downstream. The travelers sat upon the flat stone where they had shared bread and honey only yesterday. It already felt like a memory. Elias sat beside them. "You've walked many paths in this valley." "I have. But there's one path left." The traveler looked at him. "The path home." They remained beside the stream until the morning sun climbed higher into the sky. Then, slowly they stood. Without hurry. Without sadness. Only gratitude. As they began walking once more, the traveler noticed something unexpected. The valley hadn't changed. The river still flowed. The birds still sang. The trees still swayed gently in the breeze. Perhaps it wasn't the valley that had changed at all. Perhaps it had quietly changed the traveler instead. They reached the crest of the hill overlooking the entire quiet valley. From there, every familiar place could be seen. The winding river, the little stone bridge, the gardens, the cottages, the old cedar tree, the distant meadow. Thin ribbons of chimney smoke rose peacefully into the clear blue sky. The traveler took one long, slow breath. "I don't think I'll ever forget this view." Elias smiled. "You won't, even after many years?" The valley has a curious way of remaining with people. The traveler looked across the peaceful landscape one final time. I understand now." "What do you understand?" "Peace isn't somewhere you travel to. It's something you learn to carry." The old keeper's smile grew just a little wider. "I was hoping you'd discover that." The breeze wandered gently across the hill. It carried the scent of pine forests, wildflowers, fresh bread, and the cool river below. The traveler closed their eyes. For just a moment, they imagined carrying all of it with them. Not the valley itself, but the way it had taught them to see, to listen, to slow down, to rest. When they opened their eyes again, the path leading away from the valley stretched quietly toward the distant horizon. Elias placed a gentle hand upon the traveler's shoulder. "The sun is climbing." The traveler nodded. "Then tomorrow, it's time." Together they turned from the hill and walked slowly back toward the keeper's cottage. Tomorrow would bring a farewell, but not quite yet. Tonight, one final peaceful evening waited beneath the stars. Night settled gently over the quiet valley. No one hurried to bed. There was no grand farewell feast. No speeches. No ceremony. The valley had never believed that beautiful endings needed to be loud. Instead, the evening unfolded just as every other evening had. Slowly, kindly, peacefully, the traveler and Elias sat together on the small wooden porch of the keeper's cottage. Between them rested 2 warm cups of chamomile tea. The river reflected thousands of stars drifting across the clear summer sky. The willow branches swayed softly in the cool night breeze. Crickets sang their steady evening song. Fireflies wandered lazily through the garden, their tiny lights appearing and disappearing like little stars that had floated down from the heavens. Neither of them spoke for a long time. They had discovered that silence between friends never needed to be filled. Sometimes, silence was simply another way of sharing the moment. Eventually, Elias broke the quiet. When I first came to this valley, I thought I was looking for answers. The traveler turned toward him. Were you? The old keeper smiled. I thought so. And did you find them? I found something better. What? He looked toward the river. I stopped asking questions that didn't need answering. The traveler let those words settle. They sounded simple, but they carried the quiet weight of many years. The moon climbed higher into the sky. Its pale silver light covered the valley with a gentle glow. The roofs of the cottages shimmered softly. The river became a ribbon of liquid silver. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called once from the forest. Then everything became still again. The traveler breathed slowly. They realized something. Only a short time ago, silence had often felt uncomfortable. Now, it felt like home. When the stars had climbed high overhead, they wished each other good night. The traveler stepped inside the little cottage. Everything looked exactly as it had on the first evening. The old bookshelf, the stone fireplace, the rocking chair beside the window, the vase holding fresh wildflowers. Nothing had changed. Yet somehow, everything felt different. Because they had changed. The traveler smiled softly, then climbed into bed. Outside, the river continued its endless song. The sound blended gently with the breeze moving through the willow leaves. Within minutes, sleep arrived quietly, as naturally as the evening itself. Before dawn, the traveler awoke one final time. The cottage was still wrapped in peaceful darkness. Through the window, the eastern horizon held only the faintest hint of pale blue. The world seemed to be holding its breath before welcoming another morning. They dressed quietly, folded the blanket, shouldered their small bag. Inside it rested the little green book, the packets of wildflower seeds, the pressed leaf Clara had given them. Simple gifts. Yet somehow, they felt more valuable than anything money could buy. Outside, Elias was already waiting. The kettle rested upon the porch railing. 2 steaming cups stood beside it. I thought we might have one last cup of tea. The traveler smiled. I was hoping you would. They drank together as the first sunlight slowly touched the mountain peaks. One by one, birds welcomed the day. The valley awoke exactly as it always had. Without rushing. Without noise. Without demanding anything from anyone. Simply, another beautiful morning. When the tea was finished, they began walking. Not toward the village. Not toward the river. But toward the narrow path leading out of the valley. The same path the traveler had followed when they first arrived. Everything along it looked familiar now. The old stone wall covered in moss. The meadow filled with wildflowers. The little wooden bridge crossing the stream. The cedar trees standing quietly at the edge of the forest. Halfway up the hill, they stopped. From there, the entire valley stretched below them. Golden morning light spilled gently across the rooftops. Thin curls of smoke rose from chimneys. The river shimmered like polished glass. Tiny figures could already be seen tending gardens, opening bakery doors, and beginning another peaceful day. Life continued, just as it always would. I suppose this is goodbye, the traveler said quietly. Elias shook his head. No. The traveler looked puzzled. No. The old keeper smiled. It's simply, until another season. The traveler laughed softly. I like that better. So do I. For a moment, they simply stood together, looking across the valley one last time. The breeze carried the familiar sense of pine, fresh bread, wildflowers, and the cool river. The traveler closed their eyes. Not to remember, but to notice. One last deep breath. One last quiet morning. One last peaceful moment. Then, at last, they began walking. Each step carried them farther from the valley. Yet strangely, they didn't feel as though they were leaving anything behind. Instead, it felt as though the valley walked with them. Its lessons rested quietly in every slow breath. Every moment of stillness. Every sunrise noticed. Every bird heard. Every peaceful pause taken during an ordinary day. The hill gradually hid the quiet valley from sight. First the cottages disappeared. Then the river. Then the old cedar tree. Finally, only the mountain peaks remained above the horizon. The traveler stopped once, turned, and smiled. There was nothing left to see. Only the memory. And somehow, that was enough. They reached into their pocket and gently held one of Margaret's little packets of wildflower seeds. One day, somewhere far away, they would plant them, perhaps beside another quiet stream, perhaps beneath another old tree, perhaps outside a small cottage. And when they bloomed, someone passing by might pause for just a moment. Take one slow breath. Notice the birds. Listen to the wind. Feel the warmth of the sun. And without ever knowing why, carry a little more peace with them when they continued their own journey. Years would pass. Seasons would come and go. Children would grow older. Forests would change with autumn and bloom again in spring. Rain would continue polishing the valley. The river would continue singing its endless song. The wild horses would still wander across the meadow beneath golden afternoons. Thomas would still rise before dawn to bake warm bread. Margaret would still tend her gardens with patient hands. Clara would still wait in her quiet bookshop, ready to place the perfect story into someone's hands. Oliver would still search for the warmest patch of afternoon sunshine. And Elias, the gentle keeper, would still sit on the cottage porch at sunset, a warm cup of tea beside him, watching the river, listening to the breeze, smiling whenever another traveler appeared at the end of the winding path. Because every journey begins somewhere, and every weary heart, eventually, finds its way to somewhere quiet. So if, one evening, life feels a little too fast, if your thoughts seem louder than the wind, if the world feels just a little too heavy, perhaps, and so our journey through the quiet valley comes to an end. If you've made it this far, I hope this story brought you a little peace, a little comfort, and perhaps helped you drift into a restful sleep. If you enjoyed this bedtime story, please leave a like and subscribe for more long, calming adventures designed to help you relax, unwind, and fall asleep. I'd also love to hear from you in the comments. Tell me which place in the quiet valley was your favorite: the ancient cedar, the little bookshop, the wild horses, the floating lanterns, or somewhere else entirely. Until our next journey, sleep well, dream gently, and remember, sometimes the quietest places stay with us long after we've left them. Good night.